Yep.
Says it's not available, which means we're probably live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome if you can see us. Stupid stream. This is why I usually do intro coming live soon in your face at you and that kind of thing. But it looks like, yeah, we're live. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the impromptu stream. It's your boy Adam Steele from Hot Pole Studios.
My friend Davey's in here, Zeneku Quake.
Oh, good God. And, of course, Scott Elliot from Chernobyl Studios there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a completely unrehearsed, unpracticed, unscripted video where we're just going to drink and talk about the end of the year and how it's been and just general stuff. And feel free to hang out and we'll answer your questions because we can. And drink because we can. So,
so just to clarify, there's no penis touching in this. We haven't planned it, so nothing's happening, guys. It's going to be super boring to stream.
Well, it'd be a very long video if I had to book a flight and...
Wait a minute. You don't have to get that close to me.
Well, you don't touch without... I don't know.
You can continue. I'm curious how long you'll let it go.
Well, if I keep rubbing it, it'll get longer.
I guess. I've heard something like that, too.
So, yes. Hello, everybody. Tonight, we are probably going to swear. We are going to drink. And we're going to have a good time. So,
it's going to be good shit.
I have a glass that says Guinness, but it's really good for any stout. And I have a beer, which I said might make Scott laugh. And it's called Stouty McStoutface.
That's so English.
Yeah,
is it in English? It's English.
Yeah, it was brewed about 20 miles from here in Preston.
Of course.
By the Beer Brothers.
Let's think of a name for the... I would just Stouty McStoutface. Brilliant. Print it.
Well, you know the internet meme about Boaty McBoatface, right?
No.
Oh, right. There was a proper like Antarctic exploration vessel, and for some stupid reason, the people put it up for an internet vote. And by a long way, the winner was Boaty McBoatface.
Well, I mean, that's okay. It could have been worse.
Yeah. Well, of all the ones that weren't disallowed for like vulgarity, of course.
Boaty McBoatface?
Yeah. The runner-up.
Shit, is that that's oh, yep. Mm-hmm. Get on that. There you go. You got it. So we have some. We have some cross viewership here. So Zeneku Quake is a professional Quake player.
Sweet.
Professional. His name's Dave. He's a good dude. He's Australian, so he's the better version of the English.
Well, I figured from the name having Quake in it, either he was really good at Quake, or he was just a really big wrestler.
Could be, or he's just really good with chicks. Like everywhere he goes, there's just like a woman.
Oh my God, it's Quake!
It's Quake.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Yanto. Hello, Zeneku.
Hey,
hello, Al.
What up?
Welcome. There is nothing.
Davey is pretty jacked, actually. He goes to the gym quite consistently.
I do all the other regulars at the gym just nod and go, Quake.
Quake. Yeah. This wrist can crush anybody. No. So.
Specifically the right wrist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be the left one, but it's just not
they call it the stranger move.
Yeah. It's like whenever I feel like beer is better than...
The special finisher.
So, the special finisher. If you want to make it take longer, right? So I'm not as cool as Stouty McStoutyface. I just have Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire because I like cinnamon candies.
Is it really strongly cinnamon, or is it?
Yeah.
It sounds like my kind of thing, actually.
It's also pretty spicy, actually. So this one you can do with like throwing 3 cubes of ice in it, and you'll be all right.
I mean, is it sweet like Fireball, or is it?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, right. Okay, I should get myself a bottle of that.
Mm-hmm. Used to like honey, and then for some reason I stopped enjoying the honey, and then the Fireball came out. I'm like, well, let me try that.
Oh, I
like it.
I'm a sucker for cinnamon.
Small cinnamon Fireballs. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
it's really, really tasty.
Now we're just reminiscing about different alcohols.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's been forever and a day since we've been on a stream together. That's for sure.
Is it?
Yeah, and Davey has a really good point.
because
Masters
we
are ambidextrous.
yes. Christoph, hello, cheers from Germany. Hello, Christoph.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, you're right. We've done videos fairly recently with Glenn, but they weren't live. And yeah, we were only talking a few days ago on our little Discord party thing, but
Yeah,
Zoom
it was like,
party.
you can help. Oh, you wanted? I was like, hey, can you help me set up Skype so I can do my interviews? Like, yeah, sure. Take a couple minutes. 3 hours later. Well, I guess we should go to bed.
Yeah. Were you there when we ordered the thing?
I don't think so.
Oh, right. Okay. So we got more drunk at the end, and I went on warmoth.com.
On what now?
Warmoth, where you get custom guitar bodies and necks.
Oh,
made.
yeah, I was there for that.
You were there, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was the one just kind of sitting there going, I know nothing.
Egging me on, of course.
Yeah, well, you bought it. Or did the better judgment in the next morning go, you know what?
Yeah, I went, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't have had it in a specific way. Because, I'm going to be talking to Dirk Bagley from Bagley Guitars, who make the aluminium necks. They make 5-string jazz bass necks. And I was thinking, ooh, so the plan is to make a body to accompany it. Now, I was going to take my time and plan it out, but we'd had a few drinks in this little Zoom party. Hello, Nick. Yeah, it was good.
It was pretty much just you blew through it pretty fast.
Yeah, well, let's just say I've been on the Warmoth site a few times. I kind of knew my way around.
Yeah, you were pretty fast on that one.
Actually, to be fair,
the aluminum neck.
Aluminium. Yeah.
Gabe, press 1 for aluminum.
Beep. Or F's in chat for aluminium.
No F's. I kick you out. No F's.
Press F to spell aluminium.
Aluminum. Damn it. Yeah, it was so. Yeah, well, we did a lot of streams. I think it was in summer.
We did.
I remember we used to do a lot of streams in summertime.
Yeah, and then I got incredibly busy.
Yeah, you and me both, actually. And well, I mean, what happened was the Guitar Tone Master thing came out, and then I was kind of like pretty tanked when all that stuff finished. I was pretty tired of following all the videos and reading all the comments and trying to stay on top of everything. I think we're gonna get bombed here in a second. Hello.
What, baby bombed?
Yep.
Oh, hello, child.
Hey, they can't see you. Come on, the way.
Oh, we can see. Hello, miniature human. Greetings.
Okay.
Yes.
Скажи что-то очень интересного. Say something very interesting. Она срала. Oh God. All right. Say goodbye.
Hello. Hello.
All right, let's go. Yep. Excellent.
No, it's funny. My little girl's just gone to bed, so similar timing.
All right. Bye-bye.
But yeah, it's funny that bye bye. Similar timing, yeah. My little girl ran into my bedroom at 5 a.m. this morning, all giddy, and went, "Daddy, bump," and split a lip open. So that was fun.
Right away at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Well, she's got this horrible.
You need to talk to me about this nonsense where your daughter's waking up at 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it happens when they hit 2. Yeah, good luck, buddy. They just decide, right, I'm a morning person now. And then she's been coming into our bedroom at 5 a.m. But it's either we let her come into our bedroom and just sleep, or she spends 3 hours going doof doof doof. So eventually
I can sleep through that, no problem.
So can I, but the other person I live with cannot. So
I think it sounds like a problem she needs to learn how to deal with.
Yeah, that's what I said. But of course, this is compromise in a relationship. I say we should do one thing. Mickey says we should do another thing. So we compromise and we do the other thing.
That she wants, yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. You always have choice in the matter. You just choose wrong.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Oh, it's funny because it's true. But yes, so yeah, the news from our little drinking gathering earlier in the week is that, yeah, I've now got a bass body that's being built in America at Warmoth, which is 5-string bass body. And the real news for bass players is it's going to have a bass tremolo, so like a whammy bar on bass, but a 5-string whammy. And
because Adam's insane.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Because Adam is absolutely just insane.
But I can just imagine myself on stage pulling some bass harmonics out and going blue. And so
on stage, what is that?
I know it's something that they're planning. They're working on some grand plan. It might be out in 2022.
You got to be kidding me.
We've got to prepare for it.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. Yeah, she came in here and immediately the smell of biological operations entered my nostrils. So that's what I was saying to her. I was saying to her mom, like, she just shit her pants. You need to get her out of here.
Daddy. Yeah, I get that all the time. But yeah,
she would have been in bed by now, but if she doesn't go at least once, we kind of keep her up as long as we possibly can, so we get that at least the one and done, so she'll sleep.
Right, okay.
But she slept for like 2.5 hours today for a nap, so it's not uncommon to go to bed later when that happens.
Yeah, our day's been all over the show because we went to the park just as it started to like hailstone. And now it's snowing. So yeah, snow in England, incredibly rare.
We had, I actually doing a little vlog video will come out on New Year's Day. And we had like a huge ass snowstorm, so I had quite a lot of snow. Took her out, she played in it. It's awesome. The next day it rained for about 16 hours. No snow.
Right.
Now we're back to it looking like it's the beginning of April every morning. You know, it's like okay. So
nice.
Yeah, it's pretty much how it goes here. It's good stuff. We got a Duffy. Let's get bombed. Cool.
Yeah, that was a reference to your little girl's bomb.
Yeah. We thought we would pop in, say hi.
Yes.
Nicola, cool.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Yes, Nicola is somebody who I know. She's Chris's other half. They live not too far from here. Chris worked with me for many years.
Cool. Sorry that Liam is not here today. So
yes, what day?
You'll just have to subscribe to his OnlyFans account, which is it's Sunday today. But his OnlyFans account is Liam's Lucky Charms. So go ahead and jump on over there. Liam's Lucky Charms, Adam.
Liam's Lucky Charms. It's not Thursday, is it? No, good. I was like, because last time I did a Thursday stream in the evening and I forgot to tell Liam he was rather put out for a while.
What the hell?
Yeah, it was literally like, I'm your co-host. What is this?
Yeah, what are you doing, mate? You're like, listen, have some chocolate.
Man,
Here's the tea. They're really good bags.
I get some of the best things and some of the strangest things. Like John Brown is sending me pictures right now of he's moving his amp rack round, which is so cool that I just get these messages from people. Yeah,
my phone's off or it's somewhere. I don't care. I sort of count my blessings. I don't need to touch my phone. I don't like touching my phone.
Mine goes off far too often.
I would throw it in the trash if I could. Even when I worked in the office, they're like, okay, here's our Slack channel. I'm not installing that. Well, I mean, you kind of, it's what if your team needs to? They can call me. But if it's on a weekend, I'm not answering.
Yeah, tough. Yeah.
It's like, well, we kind of got to give extra effort sometimes around here. Listen, you'll have all the effort that I can give from my working hours.
Yeah.
You're late. Get out of here. You're late. Go.
Thank you for helping maintain my viewership there, Scott.
All right, fine.
What messages am I getting from Discord right now? Oh, I'm getting a message from Discord saying, "Hey, we're going live right now." Yeah, I know. Thanks.
You're kidding. Wait a minute. Are you sure? Let me check. Let me see if I have any YouTube notifications.
Well, Rob's missus says it's too early for a beer.
Well, listen. The logic is it's 12 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, well, if it's too early for a beer, perhaps a light cider or a shandy or a whiskey,
or an eggnog.
There's options.
Yeah, eggnog.
Eggnog's dessert. You can have dessert at any time.
Sure. Listen, I wake up and happily eat cheesecake. So what's the big deal?
That explains a lot.
No, only homemade cheesecake, which hasn't been made. It gets made once a year on my birthday because it takes literally 2 days to make it the way that I want it.
Well, in that case, you just go on a cycle. You make one every day, and then 2 days later, you've always got one.
Shit, my light went off, but you can still see me anyway. So fuck it. This light goes through batteries faster than the other two for some reason.
Oh, you got ones with batteries on. I did. These two are battery powered, but I got what they call dummy batteries, which just kind of they jack into the battery slot. Yeah, and
nice.
Because I got them just before I did that crazy 24-hour mix stream earlier in the year. Because I was like, "There's no way I'm dealing with batteries for that." Sorry, 12-hour, not 24.
Like, how in the hell?
Yeah, 12 and a half hours.
Yeah, but now that I sort of have the better camera, I realize I only need the one light, and I bounce it off the wallpaper because the wallpaper is glittery.
Oh,
so
okay.
It reflects light really nicely, so I just bounce it off the wall, and
you've got like an instant softbox. That's clever. That's very clever.
Well, I was sitting here going like, if I point it right at me, I get like the ghost effect. Like half of my face just goes white.
Right.
And you turn it down, but then it just doesn't work right. And I remember looking at the camera and I looked at the back here. I had this orange light behind here. I'm like, that's really weird. I have the orange light and it looks like the sun because just this little circle is completely whited out.
Right.
Like, what if I turn the camera around and bounce the light off the wall and see what happens?
Turn the camera around. Perfect.
Yeah.
Just get the diffuse reflection.
Yeah. And so that's what happened. And then we're looking at stuff to we bought a Pocket 2 camera.
A what now?
It's a Pocket 2. And I'll put it in here. Actually, I need to see if I can find it.
It's because my jeans have Pocket 1s, and you've got the upgrade. Hello, Eduardo in chat. Good to see you. He says, Scott, did you manage to do your computer upgrades?
Oh yeah.
Oh, a DJI Pocket 2. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, Eduardo, we got the
hello, Chris.
We got that stuff taken care of a couple months back, actually, and now I'm like, oh, I need to buy more hard drives.
Always the way.
So I bought a 6 terabyte. Jesus Christ, 6 gigabyte.
I was gonna say I've got videos larger than that.
Only videos had them.
I think I've got photos larger than that.
Probably. So 6 terabytes, USB, and I just I stopped using like Google Cloud. I realized I don't use it anymore. Because I used to use it mainly because when I used to work in the office, I would put it on the cloud and then go to the office and do personal things on work time when I was done with my job. And so I would just pull it off the cloud and I would go back and forth like that instead of USB sticking. But now I don't use the cloud. And I'd rather just not pay for it. And I'd rather it be like, if I lose internet connection, I still have everything anyway. So that's why. Is it actually Princess? No, it's some sort of floral design. And it's actually a green color. And it sucks. Because you can't like glue anything to it, because then you rip the glitter off and then it's a patch on the wall and it's quite obvious. Because I was like, hey, I'll use double-sided tape, like one little small double-sided tape for like some acoustic foam to make it look like I'm in a studio, and I'll put it on the wall. And then I realized when you pull it down, it's going to have blotches of glitter missing everywhere.
Ah,
and then I was like, well, I could just use a nail. And then I realized this is actually concrete with just wallpaper on top of it.
Ah.
So, you already see the dilemma there.
Well, you could still have done that. You get like a really, really small pilot drill bit.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I've done in here. The panels behind me, they're just a tiny little nail, and then you get an old CD, like a 10-cent just burnable disc,
Sure.
and
Britney
just
Spears, Backstreet Boys,
whatever. Yeah, right. And then just spray glue that to the back of the panel.
Yeah, nice.
And then because it's got a circle in the middle, that's what you can hook it onto. There. Yeah, right. Yeah. So simple, so effective.
Yeah. But yeah, I have people ask me like, Scott, do the studio tour. I'm like, are you sure? It's gonna be like a 10-second video. It's gonna be me taking the camera and going like this and going, here's my studio. Goodbye. And that's the end of the video.
God, well, I wouldn't know where to begin or finish these days.
Probably from the door, you walk in, and you take a week just going from left to right in a circular fashion.
just left, right, left, right, left, right.
Yeah, you just start. You walk in the door, and you just okay, folks, we're just gonna turn left, and whatever fits in 20-minute blocks is what's gonna be in that video. So here's all the stuff I have from here.
Yeah,
and then within 10 parts or so, you should be able to manage it out.
This 30-minute video is the storeroom.
What's up, Mage?
Yeah, hello, Mage. Hello, Danny. Hello, Ariel. Lurkstish tried my cocktail, which is Midori, Grand Marnier, and lime cordial. Says it tastes like a lime popsicle. Very tart, but very good, yes. If it's very tart, just back off the amount of lime cordial. That will adjust that for you. Cheers.
Okay. Whatever what he said.
Yeah. Also, Grand Marnier isn't what you're supposed to use. You're really supposed to use Cointreau, because Cointreau's a bit more orangey, and also has a clear color, so you end up with a bright green drink. I now have a bottle of Cointreau, and I've run out of Midori. So, yeah, what can you do? Yes, terrible indeed. But I've been drinking so much alcohol this last week or so, because I barely drink usually, if you believe such a thing. I've come out in loads of spots, and it's awful. It's skin's gone to hell. Generally speaking, when we do the weekly podcast, that's the only time I crack a drink. Yeah. Because I just drive everywhere and I work a lot because I'm a workaholic. Because I'm taking I'm taking some days off, so I'm taking the luxury of punishing my liver.
Yeah. So when you take the days off, your Englishness finally shows through.
Pretty much. I used to drink like a demon, but I found that my wallet was getting damaged and I was just losing time. And
that is an issue.
Yeah, being a workaholic, I don't like losing time.
Yeah, so how's the Christmas time has probably been interesting for you.
Oh, Christmas has been good. I've been working like a demon.
Good.
Working more than ever.
Christmas morning.
Yeah, we got some new toys. So, God, Ivy's got all sorts of drums and xylophones and instruments, and I got her a kalimba, which is really cool. I learned how to play the kalimba. Okay. Yeah, it's like a 3-octave kalimba, and I don't know if you've played a kalimba before.
No, but I know what it is.
Yeah, where you it's a wooden box and you kind of spring them with your thumb.
Yeah, right.
But it's tuned with a C in the middle, a lower C, and then it goes D, E, F, G, A, B, C. So it goes left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, which is nothing like any other instrument I've ever played. So my brain's going and trying to think my way around it. Because if you just play down one side, it's all thirds.
Yeah.
So you get a lovely 13th chord, which is great, but not much use.
So the music, she's a music person? Or
she's getting there. I'm certainly not forcing it upon her. And she's digging it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
which
my
is great.
daughter will, for lack of a better term, start headbanging when I put music on.
Wow.
And then my wife will put her version of music on, and no response.
Her version of music.
Yeah, rap.
That is a version of music. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
put the nice background lights on. There we go. You can't even see them.
So
Never mind.
she's listening to it less and less. So progress.
She'll have a big reaction when she hits her teen years, though, and just be like, I ain't listening to that anymore. That's dad music.
Probably.
And then,
Aborted Cannibal Corpse, dad music.
yeah. Yeah.
What has been the silver lining for you two?
Do you want to go first? Because I've actually, I don't want to sound like a dick, but I've had quite a good year, really, all things considered. So you first.
Well, the beginning of the year was pretty normal. I quit my day job this year.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Jesus Christ.
I can still hear them when
I was just fucking with you. I
can still hear them when they're not on my head, you idiot.
They don't know that. They just saw me trolling you. All right. No, I mean, yeah. So I had a day job in January, and then so there's a little bit of backstory here. So I had the Guitar Tone Mastery thing last year, summer is when I actually did it for the first time. And so I had the thing, and but no one to show it to. And so January of this year, I was like, okay, what can I do? Who could I talk to try and tell people about it?
Yeah.
And then January, February, March, and then this Total Heavy Guitar thing comes out from Glenn. And I'm like, man, that's really similar to what I've done. It's just I do amp simulators. Let me email them again, because I emailed them previously about it. Like, hey, let's try to do something. And then I just assumed they weren't interested because they never got back to me. And then emailed them again, and they're like, yes, we're very interested. And it literally just at the same time, someone showed Glenn, independent of me, showed it to him, and then Glenn was like, we need to get him on. It all sort of happened at the same time.
Right.
Which was kind of nice. And then that launch happened, and then I really wanted to quit my day job because I was just tired of it. So yeah, I quit the day job, and I've been able to do this full time. Definitely has not made it easier.
No,
because it's definitely a peaks and valleys type of situation.
Oh, yeah.
Where with the full time job, it's like every month I'm getting X amount of dollars. I know what's gonna happen. Yeah. I know what I can do. This month it's like you can 10x what you made last month, and then get negative 10x the next.
Yeah.
The next month.
Oh, everybody wanted a refund. Half of them want their money back. Shit.
Yeah. So it's way different type of lifestyle. So you really have to plan literally months in advance. Like, okay, I got this money this month. Worst case scenario, we can live for 3 months. Like if I get nothing else, we got 3 months time frame to do something. And on one side, it's cool because I can get pretty complacent sometimes, or if I don't really have any inspiration, I can legitimately just lay in bed till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm not a morning person to begin with, so it's very easy. Plus, if I'm not feeling it that day, it's super easy to stay in bed. Then I did Mixing Extreme Metal, which also did very well. And then 2021, I got 2 really nice ideas that I want to work on. Plus, I want to do a bunch of updates to Guitar Tone Mastery and Mixing Extreme Metal. So if any of you guys in chat have that, they're totally free updates for you. So watch out for that. Adam's going to help me actually with the Guitar Tone Mastery update. Oh, yes. Because I am retarded when it comes to trying to use words to describe what I'm hearing. So I'm going to be asking Adam to be my translator. Like, what does it mean when the microphone is really harsh? Stuff like that.
It means you need a different microphone.
So, I mean, all in all, there were I don't try to like think like 2020 was like super great. I guess I accomplished some goals I've always wanted, which was to stop working in an office,
Hmm.
stop being in the corporate cubicle thing. I really hate that. I've always hated it, and so to finally be out of it for me is a big win. Um, Life has been easier in some respects, but infinitely harder in other respects because now I've got mini me that will literally kick down my door. "Pff, what you doing, Dad? Literally working. Literally working. You have to go now." And then there's a moment where they're gonna want to go, and then all that shit goes down, and then like there's a mini argument with her, like you gotta go. "I don't wanna go down there," and then I lose all my flow. I forget what I'm doing,
Hmm.
and I gotta. So I guess it's just like working in an open space office anyway, if you think about it.
Yeah, Sandra from accounts comes up. Hey, you gonna put some money in for this charity thing? Not now,
Mm-mm.
Sandra. Try to do a piece of work.
Yeah, go away. HR, what could we do to help make your working experience more enjoyable? Leave me alone.
Yeah, let me do
True,
the thing. Yeah,
true story. True story.
really.
Yep. Loathe HR.
I have almost no experience with HR, thank God. My life
Yep.
has been very different. I've had lots of jobs, but not office jobs. I've
Yeah.
worked as a chef for a long time, which you don't really have HR when you do that. You just like you're the odd one out if you're not on drugs.
Sure.
Yeah, which is always
What do you mean
weird.
you can't work for 19 hours straight? Here, bring the meth over. Come on.
You're really not far off, man. And so I was just the one who was like, I'll just work 19 hours. And at the end of it, I'm a bit tired and they're all like jonesing for another hit. And
So you're like, I'm gonna go home.
yeah, but now it's like people are like, how can you do these like 17-hour editing sessions? And I'm like, I used to be a chef. This is easy.
Yeah, I sit down.
Yeah, exactly. I get a seat. Like, you know, oh, my Christmas present to myself that I'm sat on now is a Herman Miller Aeron. And
Yeah, it's a nice chair.
because I was sat on like a bucket before, like a bucket seat type thing. Not a literal bucket, but you know, the
I
racing seat
understand.
type. I may as well have been sat in a bucket for all the good it did.
Butt cheeks were like, if you want flat butt cheeks, this is how to do it.
Yeah, not only that, but like because it was a solid seat base and everything, at the end of a long mix stream, I would stand up and my legs would go.
Oh man.
I would have like wet on the back of my jeans from where I've been sweating.
Oh yeah, like sweaty.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm so glad that's sorted now. But it wasn't a priority for a long time. And I've realized now, 6-9 months into lockdown, it's like this is going to happen a lot. Because up until this year, I spent quite a lot of time at the studio. And I would do a lot of my editing work while I was there. And then I'd come home and we had the office, but I wouldn't use it nearly that much. Now,
So was it easier for you to work from the studio?
no, it wasn't easier. I just liked doing it.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Not easier because of travel, or not easier?
wasn't yeah.
Because-
It wasn't. It didn't make sense to do it to drive to the studio just to edit because of the distance. But if I was
Okay.
already there filming and I had 3 hours before I had to be home for dinner or whatever, then I'd just be like, right, I'm gonna edit here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's
And
it's a
yeah.
workplace. It's a frame of mind thing, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Again, though, I mean I'm really happy that I don't have to contend with the general public, and all that awesome stuff.
Hmm.
Just not a good. Typically speaking, I'm not the best team player in the corporate world.
Not all of us are cut out for that. I mean, I don't know. I can be quite a good team player, and I imagine I could do well in an office environment, but I really don't want to. Really
Some
don't
people
want
love
to.
it, but I mean it's a also a really good indication of just how the different personality types of different people can really interfere with getting work done. So the people that like open office spaces, shooting their Nerf guns and playing their fucking music so loud, are busy interrupting the people doing the work.
Yes.
So they want to go there for social interaction, essentially to party without the booze.
Yeah.
And it's some I like with everything this year, if anything, it's only proven to me that software development and techie sides of things, working in the office is not required.
Oh yeah.
It's clearly you can do it remote. Clearly, definitely not necessary to be in the office.
Well, in the modern internet age, where most people have broadband internet just by default, yeah, why should you be in an office?
Yeah.
The reason everybody used to be in an office, but even back as far as the early 2000s, is if you wanted to work with a team, you needed to be within arm's length of the server to share files.
Right.
And before that, you saved things to a floppy disk, and you got it from your desk and walked up to the other guy's desk and went, "Here's the work."
Here you go. Yeah.
Yeah, sneaker mail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I just don't. Yeah, like team player. I mean, I'm a very results oriented person, and this is where a lot of my beef comes with HR generally, because there's no endpoint for like how do they prove that they get something done in the office by putting the tree up in by putting the tree in the kitchen and decorating it. Whoop de fucking do. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't do my work, I get in trouble, I lose a job. You know, it's like,
Yeah, it doesn't
so it's
matter
really
how many
hard.
people you
It's
socialize
two
with.
different worlds. Yeah, like I worked at this really big software company. I was on a trial period. I was seeing if I could do it, and all the coders were on the top floor, and it's like a completely different world. Everyone's in fucking jeans, a t-shirt. Half of them got those yellow glasses. Like take their shit very seriously.
Oh yeah.
And then you go to the HR office. Oh, and none of them like wash their hair. Even though like one or two women that actually were coding, totally the same. You go to the HR floor, all like hair, nails, fucking mini skirts, high heels, perfume everywhere. Totally different atmosphere, completely different like worlds.
Yep.
Like we're in the same office. I mean,
Well, that's the thing. No, you're not.
I guess. So I've never been too fond of that. The Bommel, you look familiar to me, Bommel. Are you the guy that gave me the IRs?
He's the anechoic stuff. Yeah, he's a regular on our channel. Thomas, he's it's cool. Oh,
He's the one that gave me. I didn't forget about the IRs. I just haven't had a chance to check them out yet.
Awkward question from 4Huge4. Best 2020 mixes from other producers. Did you see
Adam
any
makes the best shit. Come on, Adam is my hero.
And did you see any new mixing techniques? It's an awkward one for me because I have no idea, and I don't think I did. This year has been a strange year. This year has been so different from anything else. I've had to just have my head down and just grind out the work all year, and I've not really had a chance to look up and smell the roses, so to speak. Plus, generally speaking, my influences and mix decisions are based on albums that came out a few years ago. That's just a weird personal thing, actually, that I have always done that. Like, I almost never like an album that came out the same year. I don't know why. But the same album, you give me a few years and I'll come back to it in my own time and digest it in my own time, in the right frame of mind, on the right day, and I'll really like it.
Do you find that you are going further back in time to find mixed references?
To a point, yes. I won't usually go back any further than 2010 for proper mixed references because
that's already 10 years ago.
I know, but yeah, that's fair. But I won't go any further back than 10 years, I don't think, because if you go too far back for mixed references, you start to get into what I would call the limited era, where
oh yeah, no, there's a little point of time that like doesn't exist for me, which is the -4 RMS era.
Sorry, I didn't mean limiting as in volume limiting. Although that is a very good point. That is a very good point, which does factor into it. But what I mean by the limiting eras, from maybe 2010 all the way back to about 1950, there was always some kind of limit on the
that's what you
record,
meant.
on the
Okay.
recording
Right.
techniques of the era, whether it be the quality of the preamps, quality of the tape, quality of the instruments. In the 80s, when they were exploring new synths and new this, new
Right.
that. In the 90s, when that was all coming towards Pro Tools, then the limits of early Pro Tools, then the limits of the loudness war. There was always something. But in the last
Sure.
10 years or so, all those bets are off because anybody can make a great album with any budget and there are no restrictions now.
That's actually true. That's
But
a good point.
that means that you really can be picky about who you choose as your mix references, and you can give good reasons for this, this one, that one.
Yep. No, it's very,
Yeah.
and that's a good question too, because I remember when I first started, it was like, oh, you got to have your mix references to understand what you're doing.
Mm.
And as much as I understood that, again, I was antagonistic towards that idea. Because I was like, okay, I understand that I need to have an idea of how the bass and everything needs to work together. But I don't actually want my mix to sound like this.
Right.
And I don't actually want to copy what this guy does. So maybe maybe it's dumb because maybe eventually you get to that level anyway where like, I just need to do this and the mix is done. But I still don't really use reference mixes that much. I just remember what I want it to sound like. And if I get lost, I will generally pick up a song or two. For example, like Cola, if I'm working on a death metal band.
Yeah.
And I only want to listen for like 15 or 20 seconds, just to, and that's it. And I don't have it in the session. I don't have a separate master out or whatever to listen to it all the time and A/B everything, because I want it to be my mix balance. I want it to be how I want it to sound. But I understand the basic fundamentals of bass frequencies and mix balance and stuff like that.
Right.
But again, I still listen to black metal, so I guess my opinion doesn't count.
Well,
because
that's
black metal is,
production wasn't exactly the top priority in black metal, shall we say?
Well, they did it on purpose. It was like a revolt.
Sure.
It was like a revolt.
You sure it wasn't just budgetary
like
and it was just an excuse?
No, there are bands like Dimmu Borgir that have great production. That have historically have had really good production for black metal, especially in the 2000s, and great music, but obviously sellouts because they have albums that sound good. But they're a really good band to reference if you want to do black metal. They have all the keys, the synths, the drums, guitars, orchestras, all that stuff.
Yeah, and if
Clean
you listen
vocals.
really, really closely, you can hear some of them.
The Misanthropic and Death. God, I forget the fucking names of their albums because there's always like 3 or 4 words.
I don't know. Prometheus by Emperor was always a favorite of mine.
That's you're funny because that's
really?
the progressive. That's the progressive album that all the other Emperor fans don't like.
I'm sure it is. But yeah,
and it's also the best
Empty is a favorite song of mine.
Album.
Yeah, it's probably why I like it.
But if you listen to their live shows that have been recorded, those sound better than the earlier recorded albums, like In the Night Side Eclipse, Equilibrium. Night Side is my favorite, super atmospheric. It's actually one of the albums that pulled me away from death metal in the 90s because I was like very hard in the Cannibal Corpse and Obituary and that kind of stuff. And then I heard Cosmic Keys for My Creations and Times, which is on the Night Side album for the first time, and I was like, what is that? Tremolo pick guitars, weird sounding blast beat, lots of reverb, very atmospheric. What is that? And then I found Cradle of Filth. This was 1998, 1999, guys. So calm down.
Was Midian out then?
It was not out yet. Midian came out in 2000.
Right. Oh yes, Ghost in the Fog is still a favorite of mine.
Album. Midian's a great fucking disc, but after Midian, I'm like pretty hit and miss.
Right, yeah. No, I heard Ghost in the Fog. I can still sing
great song.
the operatic stuff just off the top of my
Ghost
head.
in the Fog, Torture Soul Asylum, Cthulhu Dawn, I think is, all that shit. It's good stuff. Well, I think all the earlier albums, Dust and Her Embrace, Cruelty and the Beast, Vampire, all that shit. And then
yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit of a weird one. I'm gonna go and grab my other beer, the scary beer.
All right, you go grab your beer, and then you come back, hold the fort, and then I go get my other drink.
But I'll just leave you on this bombshell while I go and grab my beer. I'm one of the few people who can appreciate specific songs from someone like Cradle of Filth, and also enjoy specific songs from Nickelback. Be right back.
Photograph. So, this is my show now. What do I do? So I'd rather call it No Excuses. Like in the band. What up, Guitar Geek? Adam is getting another beer. He'll be back in just a second. Greetings. 4 tell bad jokes. So I have tell bad jokes or talk about something good. Are you guys married? It's like something my wife would say. Do this, but don't. I'm cold, but hot. That is pretty progressive, Mage. Now, the other thing, too, that happens when you get really busy working in music, actually, which is kind of ironic, is you aren't able to keep up with what bands are coming out and what mixes are coming out. So what will often happen is things will happen and you won't be on your radar sometimes because you'll be super into what you're doing. And you sort of lose your point of reference of what was happening. And then all of a sudden you're like, did you hear this band? Did you hear that band? Did you hear this band? And you're like, no, I didn't. I'm just talking about what it's like to sometimes when you work in music all the time, you can't keep up to date with all the mixes coming out. So, especially with the internet and Bandcamp and Spotify, it's nearly impossible.
Yes. Hello, Andy, in chat. Andy Ferris. Andy, did you tag yourself saying hello? Oh, yes. But yeah, good to see you, Andy. I'm about to crack the scariest beer. This is Supersonic Rocket Ship. This is a double IPA. It's 8.5%.
So the stream is probably going to end in about 30 minutes. So get your questions in now. 8.5%. That's pretty silly.
Yep.
I thought it would be sludge, but I guess no.
Looks like it's okay. I say it looks like it's okay. Oh,
there you go.
There's some cloudy goop in that.
There you are. All right, what's it taste like?
Looks like orange juice. Smells like orange juice. Tastes worryingly like orange juice.
It makes it easy to drink.
Far too easy to drink. That tastes like orange zest.
So I'm pretty sure in an hour's time you're gonna be pretty much indisposed.
Yeah, I may be done. Yeah, where's Marty? I suppose this was yeah. I was about to say this was an unscheduled stream, but we talked about this on the Zoom call.
Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah,
and Marty was there.
Bommel, my favorite guitar and bass tones. Gosh, I'm a big fan of the Engel sound in general, but I really like, for example, some of the I have to say that probably my favorite guitar tone of all time is Carl Sanders' guitar tone on The Annihilation of the Wicked. It's a fucking, as far as I understand, it's a Marshall DSL.
Oh, right, okay.
Through Marshall 1960 A cab. I don't know what speakers they are.
Standard.
Yeah, I know they're not V30s, but I know that was something that God damn it, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. It's the same guy who did Midian, by the way.
Russ Russell?
No, hold on.
Machine?
No, Neil Kernon. That's his damn name.
Right.
Neil Kernon. Neil Kernon is a strange guy because he has produced everything from literally pop to Nile. Yeah, but it's on the Andy Sneap forums actually. If you do a little bit of digging, like 15 years ago,
There's Marty.
Hey Marty, a couple of years ago, he answered it's just a 57, and then he used the SSL-E board,
and it just sounded good.
And yeah, that's it. So that's probably my favorite guitar tone ever, and it's not an Engel, and that's actually I think where my love for Marshall comes from in general.
That big attacking thing, right?
Yeah. I just don't like the mids from Marshalls very much. They're kind of strange for me. And I've also noticed that the presence and treble knobs have a great effect on the overall tone. Not just like this area is being boosted, but it legitimately changes the entire characteristic of the guitar tone.
Presence should, because it changes the entire way the amp behaves.
Yeah. So what I find myself on Marshall geared stuff is I will actually do a lot more work with the presence, and the treble is just to where it's not harsh, which often will be like 4 or 5 o'clock. It's either like straight down the middle, I don't even touch it, or I actually dial the treble back. But I'll crank presence to like 6, 7 sometimes. I did it a lot actually with the shitty 7-string, which is behind me. But with actually good guitars, I find that my guitar settings change drastically.
Right.
Yeah.
Presence is to
do
with
a video about that.
It's to do with negative feedback in the amp design, which changes a whole lot of things. It's not an EQ thing, presence. A lot of people think it is because it kind of ends up with that kind of effect, but it changes more than just an EQ point. It's a huge deal. Like there are amps like a lot of Fender amps don't have any negative feedback, so it's the equivalent of having the presence permanently on 10. So it's just like right in your face. But yeah, my favorite guitar amp tones are a little different. Not necessarily the guitar tones I use most, but my favorite guitar tones. I would say I'm a Mesa Dual Rectifier kind of guy. Very much growing up in the new metal era, and also kind of mid-90s rock, sludgy rock kind of stuff. I just love the big boomy bottom end on a dual rec and that big chainsaw-y thing.
That's actually why Coda also likes the Mesa Bookie.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use them for everything. It's only this year that I actually bought a dual rectifier, a real one in the flesh, because there are other amps
that you're sitting on right now.
Almost, yeah.
Probably propped up, but yeah.
They are now.
Guys, just so you know, he's got his like bass pedal board on top of his Mesa Bookie, which is on top of a JCM 800. They're just sitting on amps. So
pretty much, but that's because
of the space getting all red.
That's because of the lockdown thing. That's because of the beer. But
okay.
Yeah, because of the lockdown kind of thing, I thought I'll take my best amps home and then I can, with a load box, reamp here, so I don't have to do a drive. It's practical, you know. It does feel nice to have those amps right here, but I mean, yeah. I do like 5150s as well. A lot of people say that they're like too mushy, or at this point they're too cliche. But I just like the versatility. If you use them the same way everyone else uses them, yeah, of course they're cliche, but they're so versatile and people don't realize.
Yeah.
Yes.
Though, you know, PB is actually pretty popular in black metal also. Marshall, and Mesa, actually. It's very weird because Engel have such an incredible tight low end response where you can use the Engel Savage and you can be in drop A and you can do a very intricate drop A line and every single note comes out. That will never happen on a Mesa, and sure as shit won't happen on a Marshall. But I mean, it's just really weird how the different amps can be made and can really suit, you know, different people's play styles.
Oh, massively. They completely change the way they react based on the amp and the guitar's interaction. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, if you're going to use any super low stuff, you should definitely get yourself something like an EQ pedal to take some low end out before the amp.
I think Mr. Brown does or did do that.
He certainly
previously.
does. He still
Like
does now, yeah.
120 with an MXR, I think, is what he did.
Yeah, he switched over to the Boss one now, but it's the same idea. It's just the two lowest on the 7 band, just taken down a bit.
Yep. It's for the what is it? The what does he call it? The thub, not the thub, flub. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
It just takes a bit of the out, which I really like, but I play quite differently to John. He plays with quite a soft pick, but he really attacks it, so it brings out
That's really weird. I would think he would play with like jazz 3s or something.
You would think that, but
considering he hammers on the string.
Yeah, but his hand bounces, and his hand bounces in a certain way that favors a softer pick, so that when it's coming into land, I don't know, it's got a particular style that works with that. But
Pro tip: if you're going to use a black pick, don't have a black desk.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
So I use like the Jazz 3s.
The XLs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to use the small ones, but look at my fucking thumb, Adam.
Yep. I use the Jazz 3 Petrucci model because it's in between the two.
This is for the people like, oh, aren't you like texting, Scott? Look at my fucking thumb, guys. This is the Jazz 3 XL, and my thumb is bigger than it.
Mine are not so big. But yeah, I find with the small Jazz 3, I lose it in between my fingers, and I end up pinch squealing every note.
Everything. Mine's just like well, obviously it disappears in my finger first and foremost.
Yeah.
But if you actually, and with the Jazz 3s, you can take a knife and cut like hash marks into it. So it's because my fingers sweat a lot.
Right.
So the pick will fall out of my fingers often. So with that, you can notches carved into the picks. They don't go anywhere. But I also actually have a very strange way of playing guitar, I guess. I never learned how to play guitar correctly, so I hold the pick like this. Let's see, where are we?
Oh, kind of like.
So I pick when I'm playing guitar. I'm picking like that.
I've seen a few people do that.
It's vertical. The pick is vertical, right? And I'm holding it like that. I guess you're supposed to hold it like this or some shit. But I never did it. Yeah,
I don't think my technique's absolutely perfect. But I play with Jazz 3 Petrucci, which it's a matte finish, but it's got a shiny end. And it's kind of in between an XL and a standard, so it's just because the XL gives me quite bad wrist pain because it wrenches on my hand.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have to be quite particular about what picks I use so I don't get flare-ups of tendinitis.
You have tendinitis, eh?
I did when I was a teenager, and if I'm not careful, it comes back if I'm really, really like having to grip onto a pick to hold on.
What does that feel like? I'm just curious.
Well, your tendons start to swell and rise up. Your hand starts to lock, but can't grip. It's really painful.
Okay.
It's not good. Not good.
Yeah. That's weird. Hello to the little Mrs. Adam Steele over there making some noise.
Oh yeah, she's shouting at us because she won't sleep. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm gonna protest.
Yeah, I'm gonna protest until I eventually give up and curl up and sleep on this little mattress. Yeah.
So he says it looks like Ola's picking. You know, Ola said that in the video because I actually made it on his Ola's little riff thing. And he mentioned that he's like, it's like we hold the pick similarly. I didn't know that, but that was cool. I don't actually pick with the whole arm. I sort of can't really. I like to use just like the wrist, but I just learned to play with the least amount of motion as possible. So I'm not a tremolo picker like that. I don't do this shit. I'm tremolo picking, and this is what it looks like.
Well, it's very good control.
Dude, I have great right hand control because my left hand, I fucked it up in an accident when I was a teenager. So I'm very limited what I can do with this hand.
Right.
So I just started doing like how long can I tremolo pick? Can I do like really stupid intricate patterns? Can I do string skipping?
Yeah.
So I'm pretty good right-handed. through economy of motion just after 10, 15, how many years of playing? Almost 20 years. Terrible. But I mean, it just comes with time.
Yeah, and before anyone gives any advice to me or Scott or anyone about wrist problems, I've been through it all. So yeah, get stretchy material to help with wrist stretch. You don't know the half of it, buddy. I've been to doctors over and over and over and over.
Yeah. I fell on my head actually in a snowmobile accident, so it's something in my spine. There's a pinched nerve somewhere, or something is blocking the information that's going to my hand. Also, my ulnar nerve and the nerves in my shoulder were stretched, which is the very first part of having your arm torn off.
Nice.
So I was in a pretty bad snowmobile accident when I was a teenager. So lucky to be walking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've suffered with bad wrists for best part of 20 years now. And I do all sorts of exercises and things, but the upshot of knowing about it is that I have done everything I can, and one of the things that I've come to is finding exactly the right picks for the right situation, so that it fits comfortably in the kind of the slot, if you will, in my hand, so that I can completely relax my hand without throwing the thing.
That's important, I guess.
Yeah, so it's I have to meet it halfway. I have to make sure my technique's right. But at the same time, if I have too floppy a pick, it doesn't do what I want in terms of accuracy. So I subconsciously start putting extra pressure in, which ends up with me clenching and flaring up with pain.
That's weird.
Yeah. Or if the pick's too big, it flaps around a little, and it doesn't take much of a catch on a string for it to fly out of my hand.
Right.
So it's
really weird. I'll pay attention to John Brown's playing next, and I'll look to see how he does have like a he just has a certain way of playing actually.
Yeah. He's got a certain like I describe it as a bounce. He uses Dunlop nylon picks, relatively soft, with kind of, they've almost got like a sandpaper grip on them.
Oh, okay.
So
I remember trying a soft pick a long time ago, and they just snap for me. I just they break right in half. But it may have been I'm playing them vertically incorrectly, and the tips break off.
Yeah, that's interesting. It sounds like you're attacking the strings. I never ever get that. But then I don't attack the strings. The way that I play, because I play bass first and foremost, I think like a bass player. And the way to play a bass with a pick, if you're really getting into the specifics, is not to attack the string. It's to almost hook the string with the pick, pull, and throw it like a catapult. So you kind of
this.
Yeah, but not just that. But if you pull the string, you'll feel the string. It's loose, it's tight. And then when it's tight, it's like archery. You let go, you thung.
Right.
And that is the split second when the note strikes.
Okay.
Because otherwise you go to attack a bass string. It will take a lot of effort, and your note will be a millisecond late.
Interesting.
Because what's happening is you're going to attack it, and it doesn't even sound until the strings let go and hit back the first time. And because it's such a big string and playing so low, it makes much more of a difference than it does on guitar. Because on guitar, on a longer scale, you've got that snap, which means that you don't need to worry about that so much.
Sure.
But yeah,
I mean, I've never played bass before, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, that's the way I think about it anyway. And that's why on bass, I use Dunlop Orange, which are a little bit thin. They're 0.6 mils, so they bend. They've got some give. They're not floppy. They've just got some give. And I only need some give so that as I move my hand, it gives a little with the string. And when it eventually hits a limit, it goes bing, and the note goes bing. This all happens in a split second. But I've found if I go with a more solid pick, I was trying out these Diodario 1.2 mils, these Jura grips. I end up having to put more arm force in to get the string to go, especially the lower strings. And by that point, I'm putting so much force into it that it defeats the point almost.
That's interesting. I never would have thought about that.
And also, thicker picks give me a darker tone because I'm attacking with a piece of plastic. And you start to hear the plastic with a thicker pick. Whereas with the thinner picks, what you're actually hearing is the snap of the string flying back.
Okay.
That's I think, where the thing comes from of people saying you get a brighter sound with lighter picks. It's not the pick itself, I think. It's the fact that because the string has no resistance, as the string snaps back, the snap of the string itself is the brightness.
Interesting. Jeff, yeah, I did play drums. I actually started playing drums because of Nicholas Barker. I just like the way that he played drums. It's easier for me to play drums because with drums, I do have a problem with the grip strength. You can just sort of get around it a little bit with the drums a little bit easier because it's more wrist and a combination of wrist and fingers with drums. The main problem with drums in any extreme drummer is stamina. Building up the muscles to be able to do the work, and that's the hard thing actually. And being able to hit consistently is also, I said consistently. Like Glenn Fricker will say hit hard all the time. As if you're an extreme drummer, it's better to be consistent than hard all the time.
But if you can be both, winner.
Not possible when you're playing 280 BPM.
It is, but you get like the top 10 metal drummers in the world are those. That's it, right? Like Paul Bostaph, those kind of guys where they're just like...
He's not playing 280. He's a good Slayer drummer, but Slayer does... I'm talking about when your fills are literally... which are possible to do with single strokes, but the problem you run into is your toms get flappy. So you actually lose the individual attack. You hear the note, like you hear it as a human. You go, "Wow, that was a great fill." But if you put a microphone on it, there's no indiscern. There's the waveform is not decipherable. It's just like a blotch, and you kind of have to guess. And then the attack, I guess the toms are just you can't get individual attacks. It's just
of course,
it becomes a blur eventually.
Well, at that point, it's physics, I guess, that you're trying to hit an already moving target.
Yeah, that's what happens. So you get like the first initial hit, but then actually, because the drummer will be moving so fast, he'll get that hit, and then the way the dynamics work, the first 2 or 3 hits are really on point, but then he's moved on to the second tom, so maybe the next 2 hits are like, and then he's on the next tom already. Then it becomes flubby and airy, and it's just not possible to do. So consistency is more important insofar as if your whole playing is like that. It's just, from a mixer's point of view, it's way easier to deal with you than if you get fucking peaks and valleys.
Yeah, of course.
Where like you got the threshold for the compressor setting, and then all of a sudden this shit happens, and you're like, so what do I do now? It's like cut this part out, put it on a separate track, and use these compressors, or do I automate the compressor? Shit like that.
Yeah.
It's a totally different thing.
Let's have a look at some questions. Everyone's talking about their wrist pains and arm problems. Invictus Antithesis says, how much tone wood do you need? Oh, here we go. To play a guitar with no strings and still have great sound.
Dude, I think we can all say that tone wood with an electric guitar, I think nobody's taking that seriously.
Oh, I don't know. I think there's something in it. I'm not militant about it. I'm not. But it depends. It very much depends. If you've got an entirely solid body, pickups are super close to the strings, and your gain is on 11, there's going to be no difference. I am with you on that. As soon as
my point would be with acoustics, okay, I think we have more of an argument here. But I mean,
honestly, I have tried back to back to back different wood guitars through the same amp with the same pickups, and they are noticeably different in lower gain settings.
okay.
And by lower gain, I don't even mean like clean. I mean like even up to classic rock and even medium gain lead stuff, you can really tell if, like I say, the pickups aren't super close to the strings and all that kind of. There are so many variables, but I mean, if it's also impossible to say like mahogany sounds like this, ash sounds like this, etc. That's where most people go wrong. I think they're very broad guidelines. I mean, how many mahogany trees have been cut down and made into guitars? What's the bet that one of them sounds like something and another type of mahogany sounds completely different?
Well, I would be willing to bet that that's the case because
it's wood, it's organic. But I think as a statistical average, if you compared a piece of mahogany to something like, say, a piece of maple as a bodywood, they do sound very different from each other. And actually, I find this makes much more of a difference on bass than it does on guitar. Because generally speaking, most of your tone on bass is cleaner.
Sure.
And even if you're running something like a dark glass, for instance.
Yeah, but you're usually mixing in a clean.
Bingo.
For that.
Exactly. And at that point, it makes a huge difference because it's more to do with sustain of different harmonics. So like I was saying at the start of the stream, I've just ordered this new bass body and we got the body made out of maple. And not just for looks, maple is incredibly bright sounding to the point where a lot of guitar makers won't use it because they think it's too bright.
Actually,
now for bass, I think that's great for modern bass. Like Spectres, a lot of high-end Spectres are made out of maple and they ring like a church bell. They just you strike a note and they're ding. Whereas the same design bass made out of mahogany will go down, and a lot of the harmonics will die very quickly because the body absorbs it, because mahogany is quite porous. On average, again, it's quite light and it doesn't resonate the higher frequencies because of a different density. There's a lot to it, right?
So on that point of view, I can get on board. I just don't get on board with the straight marketing of it.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's like I sort of don't even pay attention to it. First of all, I'm playing in a metal band, so I don't care that much. I mean, I don't think Chugga 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 is gonna make so much of a difference after it's been passed through a fucking clear tone Lichtbringer and then into fucking Nameless. With I think at some point it's just gonna level off.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the more gain you apply, the less bearing it has, and that's diminishing returns. If you're going for a super high gain sound and you've got hot humbuckers, it's going to make fuck all difference. I completely agree with you there, completely, 100%. But then when you take the gain down a little and start doing a tasty solo, if you switch between a Les Paul made out of mahogany and, a Strat with a humbucker in, which in theory could be considered to be very similar, but one's made out of alder or ash, they're going to sound very different. It's a very different tonal profile. And yeah, it depends. Like I said, in a lot of cases, especially for what we do, it doesn't have enough of a difference to be worth caring about.
Sure.
That's for sure. And so I'm completely on board with the people who say, in metal at least, tone wood doesn't make a difference. Although if they say it's not a thing, I generally nudge people and go, yeah, it is, but we don't have to care. Which I think is a completely fair thing to say.
Which is different, yeah.
Yeah.
We're breaking down everything. First it was tubes, now it's tone. No.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm hoping to do something like that soon.
Do the tone wood thing.
Maybe. I mean, Glenn's doing that right now, so he's gonna have fun with that. But I've got
he really wants to be the most controversial person on YouTube.
He absolutely does. But he's doing it probably for chuggy metal, and I'm I would approach it on a more kind of graded slope, like clean all the way through to heavy.
Actually, go from acoustic all the way to heavy.
Well, that would require having 2 guitars of each type, but I think that there is less argument that it makes a difference with acoustic because the wood is so thin. The differences of, and because the wood is the soundboard in an acoustic, the differences are very apparent very quickly.
Okay.
But yeah,
I mean, it's an argument. Honestly, I spend 0.0 seconds even caring about. I mean, look at me. I'm a BC Rich guy. I am actively looking for the BC Rich acrylic series. I want to collect them. I want to have them, and I actually want to trick one of them out and put LEDs inside of one of them, just because to have the acrylic like glow. I think it would look cool. I don't really care. I have an Onx, the War Beast Onx guitar. It weighs like 25,000 pounds. Full body, full neck through, really heavy. I never cared. That's the one with the EMGs, by the way, which are interesting to play with, I should say. I don't know if I'm a big fan of them, actually, to be honest.
It's all time and place. Like, if you're going to play old school thrash, throw EMGs in there and have a great time.
They have a very interesting attack. They have a very interesting...
A lack of attack. That's what it is.
It's like
they're compressed. They're automatically just...
They're thin sounding. That's what I wanted to say. They're really thin sounding. That's what I meant when I said earlier in the stream, I said my settings when I play that guitar are totally different on amps. Usually means my bass is like 9. I've never put a bass on 9 on anything I've ever done before, but also I never had EMGs before.
It's all about compensating. I mean, you know why EMGs existed originally, right?
I don't know.
Right, okay. So the whole thing about passive and active pickups originally was because of the problem of capacitance. You ever noticed you run a super long cable with a regular guitar, suddenly it's dark as all hell? Yeah. So that's a problem live, because back in the 80s when wireless units are just dodgy, really, really useless, and you don't want to do that, but you're on a big stage and you want to walk around, you have a long cable. You just do.
Yeah.
So what do you do to get around the fact that that's suddenly dark as all hell? Active pickups, basically the battery screams the signal down the cable.
Right.
So that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I noticed that's another thing that happened too. Yeah, the low end's just gone. But I mean, I'm playing in standard D, but still, even in E, on my other guitars that I've had, I didn't push the bass higher than maybe 6. Especially on the Nameless, which is like just bass monster. The way that it's been modded.
Right.
But there, I put that, I'm like, this is really thin. I'm just cranking and cranking and cranking. Next thing you know, I'm nearly got it at 10. It's still going, it is kind of thin. But then I go back, and then I'm like, I'm going to find a different impulse that just has more bass in the sound, and then go through it like that.
Yeah.
But I was really surprised, actually, because I mean, many people don't know, actually. So I did the guitar tone mastery thing. You can't really see it, but my shitty Ibanez is behind me with stock pickups. It's a 7-string guitar, stock pickups. It's just a low end muffle machine, and so that's how I developed my theories on, and that's how I make my tones. And so when I get an EMG pickups, I still use the same ideas that I have. It's just like it's different.
Yeah.
Like the things are totally different than what I have to do. So much different considerations, and it's easier. I can admit it's easier to find a tone faster with the EMGs, obviously, because they're different. They're not stock shit quality pickups.
Yeah.
But then again,
EMGs are also consistent. Again, whether you like them or not, they are consistent, which is a thing we like.
Sure. That's important, obviously, if you're moving around doing a lot of live shows and you just know how a certain guitar acts. I get that.
Yeah,
that said, though,
tonally
that
consistent because they're compressed and all that kind of thing. You can play a little bit off in terms of dynamics. I mean, you shouldn't, but you can, and it comes out relatively just even.
Well, I noticed also that when you record with that guitar, I mean, it's just you have like a brick that doesn't clip.
That's exactly what I mean. It's consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. But this Junior B that I have, this is from 2004, and it's still got stock pickups in it, but the stock pickups back then, I contend, were better than what they're putting in now. Actually, they're not doing this guitar anymore. They're all doing high quality custom builds now with Fishman Fluence pickups now. And that guitar sounds better actually than my white guitar, the white BC Rich behind me, which is going to get a full overhaul next year.
I've been looking at Fishman's. I think I'm going to see if I can get in contact with them next year and do something with them, because the Fluences are like, if you imagine EMGs, but with the headroom, so they actually spike when you spike and with all the top end brought back.
Yeah, I want to buy one. I mean, $2,000 is not a small amount of money.
What? For Fishman's?
The new no.
Oh,
the
right,
BC
okay.
Rich guitars.
Right,
have the
got you.
Because I want to get an Ironbird. It's my favorite guitar shape. I absolutely want a fucking Ironbird. And it was it was funny actually. I was talking with Glenn one time, like earlier on the series, like when we get everything. He's like, "Hey Scott, don't worry. You know, I'm sure in a little bit you can get sorted with a solar guitar or something. Ola can send you something." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, that's cool, but I actually would prefer a BC Rich guitar."
Well,
really happy
hold out
for
hope.
Ola, though. He's made the guitars really nice. Clearly, everyone's playing them. But I'm an old boomer, man. I want my BC Rich.
Thinking about it, I wouldn't mind a Solar 6 with an Evertune, because that's like, I've already got my Strat with the Evertune, and I love those things. For tracking rhythms, they are just spotless. Let's
see, LEDs. Learned something. Have you ever tried layering amps? Of course. I actually am working on a project right now where I'm layering a Mesa Boogie and a JCM 800.
Yeah. If by layering, I mean, if you've got 4 channels of guitar and you're doing 2 of one type and 2 of another type, I do that all the time. In terms of reamping the same guitar through 2 different amps, I have done it. And I do it rarely, but I have to have a good reason for it. I would much rather get an amazing tone out of a single amp.
What I've done is they just double tracked. I just have left side JCM 800, right side Mesa.
Oh, that's not layering. That's just different amps.
Oh, you put them together. That's layered.
Yes, but that's what I mean is, like, would you have JCM 800 and Mesa on one side and JCM 800 and Mesa on the other as well?
Yeah,
that's the layering.
Yeah, you can do that. Actually, those 2 amps pair very nicely together. They have opposite characteristics that are, they layer together quite nicely.
Very much so. The Marshall's very mid-focused.
Yep.
I find, whereas the dual rectifier's got the top end fizz and the low end whoa.
Took me forever, to be fair, and to be brutally honest, it took me forever to learn how to use a Mesa Boogie.
Yeah?
For a long time, I just fucking hated them. I just think it had a lot to do with that I was playing on that shit guitar. I didn't understand that my guitar was making it sound worse because of Mesa already has like a hyped low end. It's boomy, right?
Yeah.
And here I am sitting with a 7-string guitar that has a low mid problem.
I seriously think you should look around Ukraine for a pickup builder and just get a bridge pickup in that thing that's tight and bright.
Was looking at it. Like I said, the BC Rich, the white one next year, I've already got a Luther. He's gonna completely trick it out for me. New pickups. Golan, I think they're called. Tuners. I don't remember what they're called.
Gotos.
Yeah, whatever those.
Yeah. There's only so many brands.
Yeah. I wanted a hip shot, but I might still get the hip shot.
Yeah, they are not cheap.
This particular Tune-O-Matic pisses me off because there's my strings bounce or they're bright or something, and it feedbacks into the guitar somehow. It's
Does it make a tone would resonate?
I guess. I don't know. Even with everything taped off, I just don't like the way it feels when I play it. I would like to get a hip shot. But the idea that would be for a series where the idea would be like, can you trick out a mid tier guitar to make it sound, top tier? Which I think you can, because this particular was about it's like a $500 guitar, the white one. It's not like the super cheap one, like the bronze BC Riches that started to come out like near the end there, where they were like trying to get any last bit of money.
Yeah.
And completely destroyed their reputation. It's even better than the Platinum series, I think. It's just like one step above that. And then the idea being that like, hey, I want to put some Black Winter pickups in there,
Right.
neck and bridge. I want to get it all nice and tuned for drop A. So get it all, the bridge, the action, the truss rod, get all that shit taken care of. That'll be my drop A guitar only, and that's it. And that's basically. So I just sort of joked with my wife today. I'm like, hey babe, so I've decided the white one's going to be the drop A one, the Flying V is going to be the drop B one, the Onks is going to be standard D,
and
then I just need to get another one so I can yeah. It's not done yet. I'm like, and then I just need to get, I think, another guitar so I can have a standard E all the time. And then I think I'm just going to keep the 7-string, but I'll get that one fixed up. And then she's like, yeah, you just need another guitar so you can buy another one of those stands. I said, you're exactly correct.
I'll replace it with the one that does 6 guitars.
I was thinking about that too. Just have the Christmas tree of guitars.
All year round Christmas tree. So good. I'm running out of space in my studio because where my 6 tree of guitars is, I've had to take one out because I've got a keyboard now, an Arturia Keylab that reaches into it. Yeah, and it's so big it reaches into the guitar rack.
Well, you don't play the high keys anyway, so it's not a big deal.
Well, not very often, and when I do, I'm going to get a sore elbow now. Just a little
there you go. Let's see who.
But yeah,
low master volume, high master volume with the same amp, the balance lower. Trigger aim is spinning enough to about a high guitar.
Depends very much on the amp.
Yeah.
That I think that was Monsieur Bommel, but yes, there's loads of things you can do. In the future, I'm probably going to have 2 amps set up in my live room. So that's the option that I'm looking at, is because I've just this week got my 5150 back, and it's now got the wonderful Wine Taurus colored Tolex, the same as the Road King.
There you go.
But it turns out that the reason it took me so long to get it back is that Paul from Zilla used it to make his own speaker comparison videos.
There you go.
You're welcome.
I'm scared because like I already am like, all right, so now I have the guitars that I want. Now it's time to get the amp collection going. And I just want to have a wall of angle. I want the Fireball. I want the Powerball. I want the fucking Savage. Yeah. I want them all.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a minefield appearing in chat. What do you think of about artists being the owners of their master tracks? I think it's a good thing. I think you should do that. And Rob says, I wish artists own their own music. Well, a lot of them do. The smart ones do. Steve Vai owns all of his own music and has done since day one. And he's now quite a rich man.
I think Frank Zappa also did the same thing.
Well, Frank Zappa,
a lot of shit against the music industry back then.
Frank Zappa taught Steve Vai, rule number 1 of this industry, keep your publishing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're sort of with the way things are now, you have that option again. It's just now it's like super hard expert mode because everyone can because of the internet. So it's, but I mean, like I say, anytime I work with a band and they want to release an EP or anything like that, I always tell them, don't do that. Just trickle out singles for 5 months straight. Or, and have something going on all the time, some kind of contest or hype 24/7.
To me, that depends. That depends on what do you want to do. Do you want to make it, quote unquote, and be big and be successful? Yeah, do that. If you just want to make a statement, an artistic statement, release the album. That's my point.
I get that part. Me, I don't care anymore. I actually don't even release the music that I make anymore because I don't care. I just use it in background video for music in my videos so I have something to do without being copyright struck. But if I was 20 years old, obviously the goal would be like how to gain a following and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Because we see what it's like if you just buy likes and then try to go on tour. What happens to you? Can't remember the name of the guy who did that, but he just did it like a year and a half ago or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember his name. Someone will remember his name here. He bought likes and then booked a tour that no one showed up to. In England, actually.
Marty says that also meant Via to manually distribute all his records to music shops and radio stations. No, that's not true. You can strike a distribution deal. Apparently, he did work quite hard, but you can strike distribution deals with labels that are not publishing deals. They're very separate things. And I know that he has distributors who distribute in different territories now, but they only are allowed to take a small percentage for that. That means they don't own the work. They just get, Vi gets most of the money.
Yeah, internet provides that, Marty. And like I said, you don't make so much money now if you are like, oh, they're going to put it on Spotify or whatever. I wouldn't do that. I would do Bandcamp, and I would do old school email campaigns trying to build up a following manually. Email. Get people off of your Facebook group to go onto an email newsletter. Get them on a private Discord channel. Get them off of those platforms. And then do Bandcamp stuff where they have to spend at least $5 or something like that. And it goes directly to you for the most part. Bandcamp takes a little bit, obviously. But the streaming services, I'll just put this in perspective, right? So Google Play, they just shut down actually in Ukraine this year. But I had a Google Play account for ever since 2014. Yeah. And it was basically, when I first started paying for it, if we think about dollars, I was paying literally $2 a month to stream all the music I wanted.
Clever.
Right? And that didn't go up. It only went up because the dollar exchange became, the hryvnia, the Ukrainian hryvnia became worse against the dollar. So when it finally shut down, I was paying like $5 a month.
Right.
So how does an artist make money off of that? Because how does Google make money? Obviously, they shut it down for a reason. But,
well, yeah, that's the question.
DistroKid's a different thing. DistroKid also has its little fucking ha-has, gotchas in it.
Yeah, but I think that DistroKid makes money more off what I call the gym membership ethos.
They buy it and people don't use it.
Yeah, exactly. Or at least they don't use it to its full potential. For every person that uses it and uses more than what they've paid for it in value every year, another 10 people pay $19.99 a year or whatever it is and put one song up and nobody listens to it. It works out in the long run for them. And to be fair to the people who do just want to put a song up once a year, $19.99 a year as a vanity thing is still a deal to them. So everybody wins. That's not the worst, but it's a different business model. You need to answer your comments on your Pro Mix Academy course. Oh, apparently. Diego. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been on the Pro Mix Academy on the forum. Is that? I'll have a look. I'll have a look tomorrow because I check in there fairly regularly. But yeah, I'll have a look. Yes, it's a fascinating thing. I had this discussion with my wife just a couple of nights ago. To people, because it really has dawned on me now that we have adults who have never ever had to pay for music, ever. So if you're born in year 2000, you're 10 years old. YouTube is starting to become a thing already, but you've already got iTunes. You've already got, the iPod and all that shit. Yeah. You've already got internet distribution and, things, like things that Napster could only have dreamed of. Yeah. Lars never could have seen that one coming. So you literally have a whole actual generation, 20 years gap of people who pay for music. What's that? And I was talking to my wife. I'm just like, people actually don't realize how much work
goes into just releasing a song. So like, people saying like just release the album so I can enjoy it. Yeah, I get you. As a listener, I'm with you. But as an artist, as a person who puts upwards to hundreds of hours for a single song to put it online that you hopefully buy for $1. I mean, it's like music has no, it's not really appreciated, or I guess it is, but the monetary, like the back behind the scenes of how much work, like you go outside and you see 6 months ago there was not a house here. 6 months later, there's a house here. I can see with my eyeballs how much work went in to make that house be. You dug a hole, the foundation, the basement, you all that shit, and you saw the steps, and wow, that must have been quite an investment. Well, here's a song. There's like poof song. Here it
Yeah.
is. It's really hard to translate to a person who has absolutely no idea what it takes to do it. Like why you should pay me X amounts of hundreds of dollars to do this work for you, when most people are never going to recoup on an album cost ever.
Yeah, most people are insane. That's the thing, is you're in one of several camps. One is you want to make music, you don't care if it makes money, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in that boat when I do original work, which is very rarely. There's the boat where you know exactly what to do to make money, and you do it, and you explore every avenue, and you make sure that your bases are covered. There's also the elite tier of already famous people who don't really count because they could sneeze and people will buy it. But then there's this middle ground of people who think they want to make it, don't know what it takes, don't learn the skills that are required in 2020 to be something, and then cry to the sky about how this other band got picked up and why wasn't it them, and it should have been them, and oh well, we made a single and it was really good. It's like, yeah, nobody heard it. Why did nobody hear it? That's the other side of it that you have to be good at now. You have to be good at promoting yourself, because the internet will not do it for you.
Yep. So I mean, there's promo material, there's marketing, two different things, and then there's the sale, right?
Yeah.
So,
but if you're good at getting in front of a lot of people, then it doesn't take that many sales before you've recouped your money. Because you say, oh, it's only $1, right? But if 1 million people give you $1, that's $1 million.
Right. And in most cases, that's just dream math.
Right. But it's just example math.
Yeah.
I mean, even if 10,000 people buy it, that's $10,000. If you spent 3,000 on the studio stuff, 2,000 on the video, and 2,000 on your promotion, you've come out $3,000 up. If that took you 6 months, you're stupid. If that took you 2 months, then that's a livable wage. You repeat the process, and then you build and you build and you build the following, and you build and build and build and build until 20,000 people buy it, 50,000 people buy it. That's how most bands now make it. They don't do it on single one.
No, and see, it's a project now. It's a business adventure. It's not just we're a band. Well, it never was just a band back then. It was a business. It's always been a business. Yeah, and bands who treated it like a business got unless you were just ridiculously, like, I don't know, lucky, but even you look like bands like Pantera. Yeah, as amazingly talented as they were, they sort of had a door open, an opportunity, because their dad was sort of in the scene a little bit. It didn't mean that they got handed a record deal, because they didn't. They still clubbed for like 10 years. Before Cowboys, and they released albums before Cowboys from Hell came out with people have never heard of before. I mean, they paid their dues, but they had to get into the business, right? And then once they got into the business, their whole business was, well, we're just gonna play a bunch of shows all the time and write amazing songs. But I mean, all that work, it's like, again, although it's like the iceberg under the water, all the shit they did all through the 80s, and you only see what happened in the 90s. Right. And so it's like, it's just difficult sometimes, as an artist and musician, because with the internet now, everyone and their mom's cousin's brother can do it. DistroKid makes a service so you can pay $20 a year to upload your songs, and then that's where people stop. I'm like, that was literally just the beginning. Now the actual work begins.
Mm.
You have to now become a marketer, and you got to build a brand. You got to get people into your side of the aisle, make them fans, talk to them. That's the hard part. The easy, fun part was recording and getting the song mixed and finished. Now the actual work begins of, okay, there's billions of people doing the exact same thing that I'm trying to do. Let's begin.
Right.
So
there's a lot of chat coming in. I need to go and get something that's not a beer because it's the last of the danger beer.
are you getting hammered already?
Yes, a little bit. This thing is 8-point-something%.
Your eyes are you're pretty red now, man. Your eyes are starting to glaze over a bit.
It doesn't take much for me to go this color of pink. It's also quite warm in here because in this door right here, can you see it? Yeah. That's where the boiler is.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I'm warm because, oh Jesus, that's been on the whole time.
No wonder you're warm.
Yeah. It's supposed to be on a timer, but we went on a little nice winter walk earlier. And we got back and we were frozen, so I put the heating on manual. And it's been on since 4 o'clock, and I'm in this room. Oh, that's why I'm pink.
There you go. Go grab yourself some ice cubes and just be like, oh, yeah.
And then cover them in bourbon. Yes.
Yep.
So I'll be right back.
You go get your drink, then you come back and I'll go get my drink.
Yep. And talk about the state of the industry. I'll be right back.
My goodness, we got a lot of comments. Made some pay. Unfortunately, streaming doesn't pay. Hundreds of thousands of streams a week. Yeah, and even then you get like cents of the dollar. Gigs make more money than anything because you can have a merch stand, and then that's like, again, you're just basically selling. You know, you play the show, and then you're like, here are my wares, weary traveler. What would you like to buy? And that is a transaction right there on the spot. You know, now there should be companies who work on trying to make clients viral. Diego. Releasing a song a month would be more viable. What I mean is that if you're releasing a song a month, it means you always have something to talk about. You're always in someone's face. Here I am. Hey, got another song. We're coming at you with another song. You know, and Ola talked about this a couple of years ago even, where it's like, if you drop an album of 10 songs, you've just dropped an album of 10 songs. Now you got to write another album. And it's sort of with the internet age and people's attention spans being like that. If you have 10 songs and you could trickle them out for a year, I mean, now you can basically cycle for a year of releasing music, maybe doing some contests, trying to get people on, you know, and playing shows at the same time. It's just a way to keep being in people's feeds with new content all the time. Yeah, so I mean, it's like Steve saying, like, you know, I played a bunch of shows in Russia, Arizona, Texas, California. I even played some shows in Mexico. One show in Mexico, and you just play where you can play. It doesn't necessarily have to be a venue. I have played shows in people's backyards. I played a show in a basement in someone's house. I played shows on stages, of course, but I mean, you play where you can play, and if you can get people to a merch stand to buy your shit, then that was a successful show. Even if you played outside at a corn farm, it's not a big deal. I've recorded drums, pure raw files done. What's the first thing you do to prepare for mixing? Volume, EQ, or just leveling? I talked about this in my Mixing Extreme Metal course. Just to say, edit. You got to edit them up, man. You got to edit them. My previous band had mild success. 30. Wow. It took. Yeah. Like Leo at Frog Leap, he puts out a video per week, and where he has an album, he sells an album even on. Leo has, am I mistaken, millions of YouTube subscribers. So there's a difference. All right. So Leo already has a pretty sizable audience. where it's not, he's already beyond the stage of trying to make a name for himself to be relevant. Like Leo Frogley Studios puts out a video and it gets huge numbers of engagement. So it can make sense for him to drop an album because he knows a couple thousand people are gonna buy it straight away. So it's not a big deal for him. That's the major difference here. What I meant was when you're drip feeding your songs, you're a brand new band, you've got less than 100 likes on your Facebook band page, and you need to be relevant to people, right? So dropping an album of 10 songs, it's sort of wasted potential. But in this case of, Leo can drop an album because he's got millions of subscribers, and he'll get his album to people's eyeballs, millions of people's eyeballs, and thousands of people will buy. Bachelor's in audio engineering. If you're going to film work, I guess I wouldn't see the point to do for just basic mixing. Audio engineering or audio performance? I don't understand the question. Jazz guitar requirements. Are you going to be in performance or engineering? Acoustica Mixtrap is a very good DAW. I did a full review when it was Mixtrap 8. I have upgraded to Mixtrap 9.
There we go.
They've made a couple of improvements, but it actually is a very good DAW.
Yep. This room's too small.
So I'm gonna go get my drink, but I just went a little bit of a spiel about what I felt the difference was if you're drip feeding versus an album.
Yeah.
So like Marty made a good point. Like Leo at Rock Leap will drop an album, but Leo's got millions of subscribers. What I meant when you're drip feeding your album is like you want to be relevant. You have less than 100 likes on your band page. Well, you need to consistently get.
But Leo's got the luxury of doing. Leo's always done it that way, but his luxury is doing it both ways. That he drip feeds on YouTube.
Right.
So he drip feeds, but just on a different platform.
And he has a large ass audience.
Yeah, but forget that. He's always drip fed on YouTube. So he's always done what you would suggest, just not on Spotify.
Right.
He's used an avenue, and it doesn't matter what avenue, to do the marketing campaign, to keep himself in people's minds, to keep himself relevant. And then every, 10 weeks or whatever it is, 12 weeks when he's got an album, he's like, yeah, here's a thing to buy, go buy it. So
most successful musician does covers. Yeah, I mean, you have to build some sort of hype so even knows you're releasing something. Well, here's the thing, guys. So
nobody cares about your band.
Yeah, and nobody cared about Guitar Tone Mastery because even though it was a great solution to the problem of how you get great tones with amp simulators, I had like 7,000 people on my YouTube when I got that thing done, and no one cares.
Yeah,
I didn't have the audience. Even though I had a great idea and a great product, like legitimately great, it never went anywhere until somebody bigger than me saw it and offered to help me.
Yeah, this is something that most people in bands have never understood about things like hype. Nobody gives a shit about your band.
Right.
And when they do,
you have to make them.
Yeah, when they do, then build hype for the second album or the third EP or whatever it is. But if you're trying to build hype for your debut single, nobody cares, especially in the internet age when 1,000 bands a week are dropping their debut single with all this hype and music video and pre-promotion. You know what people do? They ignore it. They scroll past because they're like, I've not heard of you. Next. This doesn't resonate with me. Next. They don't even listen. They don't even click. They just look at it. Nope. They don't register the name and they move on. If you spend money on advertising for this, big new single by this band you've never heard of, very, very, very few people are going to click it. Just be warned. What you got to do is release single number 1, then build hype, because there's a thing you can direct people to now, because people want to buy something now. They want to listen to it now, not next week, not tomorrow, now. And so the tactics have all changed. The only reason that record labels ever used to do pre-release hype is because it would take them a week to press the vinyl and get it to the shops. Right. In that time, they would build up hype so that on release day, because traditionally most record stores in the world would have what they call a release day, which is, you know, let's say it's Friday at a shop is the release day. You know why? Because they'll have been sent deliveries from wherever the hell the vinyl is. And sometimes it gets delayed, sometimes it doesn't. So they send it to make sure it's all there by Friday so they can release it on Friday. That's so the funny, only actually. Reason.
I can remember, you know, it's like you say that now. It's like, of course it does. Well, like when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think it just magically appears at the store on Friday. I can remember waiting for a particular disc to come out, and then I saw a huge crate of where they were gonna put the discs, and they had opened it, and there was just a big ass fucking crate of the discs just sitting there. I'm like, can I buy that now? They're like, you gotta wait till the release day. I'm like, damn it! But I mean, the disc is right there.
Yeah.
They're stocking it, right? But I just
Absolutely.
Like you're a kid, you're just like, Friday is the day. I'm gonna go there. They'll be like, oh, they'll all be there. You know?
Yeah, so that's the thing, is that sometimes their deliveries would get there a little early or on time, but sometimes they'd be late. But whatever happened, they were ready for release day, so they never told the public, because then, you know, at that time, the done thing was you come in on release day and you buy the stuff, and whoever's band has managed to generate the most hype, the kids go straight to that record and buy that record, because to them, release day is their version of now. Whereas that's all gone. With the internet and iTunes purchasing and Spotify release dates, there is no such thing as waiting for the shop to open to buy the thing. So why should they care?
Yep.
It's
in a
sad,
way that
but
it sucks.
It's true.
Yeah.
I wish it weren't the case, but it totally is.
I was just thinking about this because we were just talking about Cradle of Filth. Like,
right.
I was a massive fan. Like, I bought their limited edition digipacks. I had all that stuff. I still got it. It's sitting in a chest at my mom's house in America.
Nice.
But I got the music because I bought it again for like $5.
You
know, on Google Play.
Mm.
So I got all the albums again, and I'm just sort of thinking, I'm like, I still, you know, a tangible, maybe because I'm becoming a boomer, the tangible aspect of the material being like, this is an album. Yeah. Because I also think it plays into the fact psychologically that people don't respect music or don't consider it to be much, because you can't touch it. You can't even touch a fucking album. It's like, oh, I have the cover art in a folder on my desktop. That's cool. Well, I don't know if you can see this. I bought the limited edition of the shirt I'm wearing, actually, of
nice.
Cytotoxin, because I like the band a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm going to support you guys. I'm going to buy your limited box set. And just like having that limited box set, somehow I like the album more somehow. I don't know.
Yeah. Just big thing you've got to understand a lot as well as a guy in a band is, or girl in a band, whoever, not judging, is that now if you want to sell physical stuff, there are only really, exceptions aside, 3 audiences. Number 1 is the people who've always been your fans.
Yeah.
Number 2 is over 50s, because they cling to the nostalgia of the physical thing no matter what. And number 3 is the under 16s, because under 16s always have money for tat that they don't need, but they're a fan of you, so they need to prove their fandom to their friends by buying the thing and proving it to their friends. Once you hit over 16 or maybe 18, you don't have the high school wars anymore. You don't have to care. You can just buy it on iTunes as and when you feel like it. So
shit, man. God, the world has changed so much, because I was in high school in 2000. So I graduated in 2004. CDs were still very much a thing when I was in high school. Like the fucking. I remember when you were the cool kid on the block when you had a Discman that didn't skip on the school bus.
Yeah, with like 20-second anti-skip.
Yep,
Yeah.
that was the shit. That was the bomb.
Yeah, and you had a massive pocket.
Oh, that's why you bought the Jinko jeans, because you put the big ass fucking compact disc player in the back of your pants.
Yeah,
there.
you had a
With
real
those
tight
big,
belt
deep
so your
pockets.
pants didn't fall down.
It was ridiculous. And that shit's starting to come back too. Like the 80s phase, all the tight jeans and shit is kind of fading away. Now
Yeah.
in Kiev, I'm seeing the jeans come back.
Oh, with the
and
flare
the
bottoms.
Sweaters. I'm just like, God damn it.
The ones where the legs are so big you can walk and it looks like you're floating.
Yep. That was the late 90s, the Jinko jeans.
Oh, for us they were called punky fish. But it was this
Nice.
similar kind of thing of like massive bottom jeans where inevitably the bottom 4 inches were just full of mud.
Especially, and then where the heel would be under your shoe.
Yep. Oh, and just
that part
frayed
would
to
wear
hell.
off.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had that on every pair of my jeans, whether they were that shape or not, because I have a short leg and nobody did short leg jeans.
It's so nice to be talking with you because we're the same age, so we can kind of, even though, I mean, I just don't relate to everything because you're English.
Oh, there's some specifics, so certainly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's funny.
Right.
I totally remember Naps. I remember
MP3.com.
I actually remembered the bands. Ooh.
Cointreau. Cheers.
Oh, and the big old Ice Cube.
The big ass Ice Cube. God, that's strong. I've gone from
I remember
5%
MP3.com, and there are bands that I found on MP3.com that I still remember to this day that I spent outrageous amounts of hours trying to find so I could re-download their shit again. MP3.com.
That wasn't really a thing for us. Last.fm was big for us.
That still exists, though, I think.
Probably, but they don't do things the way they used to do.
I can imagine.
Yeah, like Last.fm back in the day, they had audio clips of everyone's songs. You could just click on them and just go, oh, that's it. I like this.
Nice.
And
Death
then
FM, which was a death metal channel, like in the same vein.
Okay.
It's a radio too, so you can actually queue up. You can be like, I want to hear this song, and so it's an online radio. Remember when online radios were the shit?
Oh
like
yeah.
Thousands.
I didn't have an internet line good enough until I was at university, and then my tastes were so eclectic at that point that no radio station, even online, was specific enough. But I was lucky that I lived on a campus where we could technically access everybody else's music databases and steal them.
Sure, yeah.
Back then, iTunes was relatively easy to break, and there was a program called Our Tunes where you could just be like, "Oh, I like this. I'll have that.
I'll have that." I've never liked iTunes, and I tried iTunes again just a month ago after Google Play shut down, and it's still slow as shit.
Oh, it still sucks.
It's still. I'm like, this is not any like the user experience I had is exactly the same that I had with it in 2007.
That's because it's not changed since about 2002.
I'm just like, it's slow. It crashes. I'm not interested, and I uninstalled it.
I remember the iTunes little note going from green to purple to blue early on. That was really the only thing that changed visually, and then nothing else. That's it. Since nothing else.
The only reason I got iTunes is because I got a fucking iPod. Yeah, that you can strap on your arm.
Oh, shuffle.
Maybe I don't remember. It was the long. It was the long version.
Nano.
Maybe, but this is 2007. Remember,
yeah, it sounds like a nano, a kind of late stage nano.
It was like this. It was vertical. It was maybe like this wide, that long, and then I put it on my arm patch here because I, would mow the lawn or shit like that, or would do stuff. Or I worked in a warehouse all the time too at that point, so I would break the rules significantly by listening to my fucking iPod. In the warehouse floor. Nice.
Did it have a screen on that?
Yeah, it did.
Right. It was probably a nano then, thinking about it. But it's, I'm trying to recall, because like I have always been a geek for iPod classics, the big chunky things.
Let me see if I can find them.
Still have one in the car now, but I've modified it. I put an SSD in there, replaced the battery with one that's huge. But then it turns out that the headphone output on it was broke, so it only works in the car, which is a real shame.
Nice.
But yeah, I keep all my old music library on it in the car plugged into the USB socket. So if I ever am driving and I want to listen to something from way back when, I press a couple of buttons and the nostalgia machine turns on. It's great.
So this is literally the first. I have a screenshot of the one that I had actually. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you just in.
It's funny how times have changed while you do that. Like if I go and see John Brown in his studio now, it's an hour's drive from me. That's a lot of music, right? Yeah, that looks like an iPod Nano to me, I think.
And then this is the one that I use if I go to the gym.
A shuffle.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still have it because gym music sucks ass.
Oh, hello, right? Warren. Warren's dropped in chat. Say hello,
Warren,
everybody.
what's up, man?
Hey. Cheers.
Howdy, Warren.
We are having Christmas drinks and a bit of a chinwag because we can.
I need to get a new drink. So,
well,
how's it going, Warren? How you doing?
I nearly responded to that. You can tell I'm on my third drink.
Drink another one. There.
It's going. Oh wait, no, I'm not Warren. Oh,
yeah. Hold on a second.
Yes, cheers.
The correct answer is not me.
Yes, I'm drinking Cointreau. And what are you drinking there? Some kind of whiskey?
Yeah, I was drinking whiskey. I got to get another whiskey here. But Adam is pretty well sauced up. We're probably going to be landing this plane here soon.
I'm going to struggle to find the end button.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's so funny. You think about that, how like all the media has changed significantly. I actually bought one of the plugins that I bought during this Black Friday craze was I showed it to you already, where it gives you all of the LUFS levels for every single platform.
Okay. Oh, wasn't loudnesspenalty.com? Was the another one?
There's another one. That's one of them. But I was like, I need one of these because now I'm getting asked often, like, hey, we need to have our song. We want to put it on Spotify, iTunes, and Bandcamp. I'm like, well, that's 3 different masters. So,
I've come to the conclusion because I follow Ian from the Mastering podcast, the Mastering Show, that you don't need 3 different levels at all. You just need to come down on a decision and have one. So my decision recently has been whichever one of those numbers is the one that allows you to push it the loudest, go with that. Just don't go any further. And as long as it still sounds right and sounds good, you're in the clear. Especially for what we do.
Doing iTunes and Spotify. I think Spotify is like, no, let's do iTunes and YouTube because I know YouTube you can do -13. So you would go with Spotify because I think it's -15. I don't remember.
So whichever one's the highest one.
So it would be YouTube.
Yeah, I would go with that one. Because that way, I mean, oh no, we're cutting off 2 decibels at the top in metal. That's probably going to sound good, not bad. I mean, that sounds silly, but within reason, a clipping limiter for genres that we work on actually kind of improves the tone because of what people have come to expect from a sound. Of course, that's law of diminishing returns. You push too far and it's going to start destroying the sound. Of course it is. But if Spotify turns our song down by only 2 decibels and it still punches and is clear and sounds amazing, what's the problem?
Yeah.
It's just a general warning. I mean, if I was to push 10 dB over that limit so the CD was hot as hell, but Spotify just sounded like a distorted mess, that's obviously too far. And that service is great for that, and absolutely. But yeah, my first instinct was to make 4 different masters, but then recently I've got to the point where, especially with a really good mix, I can push the limiter on that fairly hard, and it doesn't sound like it's doing any damage. And if that's the case, go ahead and ship it.
You're done, yeah.
Yeah. And if Spotify turns it down, so be it.
Sure, yeah, but CDs are still the odd one out because So I gotta crank those bastards.
Well, again, I've been working with John Brown recently, and we got his new mix template where we put a limiter on the mix bus. It got to -9, and the limiter was not doing anything.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
-9 is pretty loud.
Yeah, it is, and that's a great CD master because the limiter was not trying desperately to just keep everything contained.
I can't do it.
Exactly.
I can't do it.
I can't take it anymore, Captain. Because the mix bus compression was doing a certain amount. The drums were well controlled. The bass was well controlled.
There were stages of compression and
yes,
and God damn it, what's the word I'm trying to find?
There was automation, there was leveling, there was overall. Yeah, there was care taken to make sure that the loudest part of that song didn't clip the master bus, and that meant that when we went to limiting, everything looked a bit like a sausage anyway, but not because of limiting.
Right. And so it's just there's a terminology for that. Where like you have it's not headroom, but you have like the loudest possible signal.
Yeah.
While still having room to crush it. There's like that little headroom on top of the waveform.
Yeah,
you have the waveform, right, and then you still have
it's the ceilings, I think, or something like that. It's headroom. It is just headroom. But if it was a really dynamic mix, then great. But a lot of the stuff that Brown is doing is quite aggressive, progressive metal, and having your drums so that the quiet bits were less, which means there's your dynamic range, but
right.
But when the song hits, it hits, and it really blows you away. But because modern limiters are really good at letting through things like transient hits, we came to the realization that we could bring things like the snare down as long as the overall mix bus compressor was making the rest of the mix make room for it.
Right. So it's actually not going down per se.
Yeah, it's a psychological trick at that point that the rest of the mix ducks very slightly when the snare hits, but is back because of the release time before you've noticed.
Right.
So it's a psychological trick that makes the snare go pow in your ears without having to have a transient stuck out of the mix like that.
Mm-hmm. Which would actually, like, clippers became very popular plugins.
Yeah.
For a couple of years there in the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
What is it called after 2010? What do you call that?
The 10s.
Mid-2010s?
The 10s.
Yeah. When clipping really started to be like, just throw a clipper on there. You can just smash that transient and then bring up the dynamic quality of the rest of the transient, and then you just have this big fucking waveform.
You absolutely can do that. That's a different approach to it, is leave the transient on things like the snare and then clip the top off it. That's a completely valid method, but then you have to have a really good clipper that doesn't just sound like trash and make the snare just sound like lifeless distortion. Yeah. Because if you completely clip the top off of a really high peak transient without using some clever psychoacoustic method, it just sounds like paper hitting a dustbin.
Yeah, it's really weak.
Yeah, suddenly that snare that jumped out a mile is gone.
Like, where'd it go?
Yeah, exactly. So the right compression meant that we came to understand that if we turn the snare down with the right compression, everything gelled better.
Nice.
Which doesn't seem right, but it is right once every part of that mix goes together.
I mean, it makes sense because, if you get a guy who wants the snare to be louder, you could just turn the snare up, or you could see what your bass guitar is doing in the exact same frequency and be like, you know what, maybe I'll cut some of this bass mud out of here a little tiny bit. So it's the same kind of concept where you are solving the problem without actually just physically, okay, here is the problem, I want to turn the problem down.
Right.
It's like, okay, maybe the snare is being muddied by this out of control bass instrument. Let's go have a look at the bass instrument as well. Oh
of
wow, I
course.
don't even put any fucking multibang on this. Let's multiband this and see what happens. Snare comes through like a bell now. Great.
Excuse me. There we go. Sorry, I had to sneeze.
Yeah.
But yeah. Whew, that was a big one.
Cheers, Warren. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Have a good evening. Merry Christmas. Merry New Year. All the rest.
All good
Cheers.
stuff. Cheers, buddy.
Oh, this Cointreau's kicking my backside. It's tasty though. It's the only thing I had that was more orangey than the double IPA.
Orangey. Nice.
Mm.
Fuck, now I think I'm going to get I got some orange juice. Now you're making me want some orange juice. So I got some vodka. I think I might change drinks.
Oh, screwdriver.
That's exactly what's on my mind.
Nice.
And I got some Icelandic vodka too. So I'm going to check it out.
Oh. I wonder what else
Warren,
you've
we
got
got to
in the
get you on the
cupboard.
podcast sometime, man. It'd be fun to have everyone on here.
And have a 4-hour podcast. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be good stuff.
Well, in the new year, we absolutely should. We'll do
Absolutely.
We'll do a hangout. That'll be fun.
Gotta.
Yes. Maybe in front of 400 and odd thousand subscribers. That'd be great.
That's good stuff. Kahlua and Black Russian. I don't have any Kahlua, otherwise I would.
Ooh.
Actually, my favorite drink is a White Russian.
Oh,
That's my favorite drink.
I don't really do milk, so yeah, you keep that.
I will. Thank you.
Funnily enough, I don't really do milk, but this morning I used
not-
one of my favorite Christmas presents, which was a butter dish. How sad is that? I'm in my mid-30s and I got a butter dish for Christmas, and I was happy because I got to use room temperature butter on my bagel.
Dude, come on. Do you guys have English muffins out there?
Which country am I in, Scott?
Shut up. No, I asked you on purpose because I know the English muffins, American style. There's a contentious argument of.
To be fair, they're not common here because they're just not really the done thing. For us, muffins are quite thick and puffy. For you, I believe muffins are relatively flattened on a grill.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens?
We have them. They're just not that common.
You cut them in half and you put a truckload of butter on them, and then you just wipe them all over your face because they're so good.
Yeah, we have something similar. Crumpets. Crumpets have more like bubble holes in them, but because of that, it's almost like a honeycomb structure where you can put about 3.5 pounds of butter in one that's the size of an English muffin, and it just goes in and in and in, and then you bite it.
I think I need a little bit more here. Yeah.
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 Oh, it's just a vessel for hot butter. Oh.
The other cool thing is when you get socks for Christmas. I started loving getting socks.
I got 24 pairs of socks.
Dude, that is a good Christmas, let me tell you. That is a good Christmas.
Yeah.
And when that happens, I'll tell you guys. Maybe you guys, if you're still chilling with your parents, no big deal. But you really start loving getting socks for Christmas when you have to start buying them yourself.
Yep. Yeah, I was looking in my sock basket this week, and most of my socks have either holes or they're about to get holes. And I was please have got me socks. Please have got me socks.
Yeah. Yeah. Please. Christmas is coming. Bag of socks.
Yeah.
So now it's like, Scott, we got some socks. I'm like, great.
Thing is, so they got me this box. It's like an advent calendar that has like Harry Potter socks in, like 12 pairs. And I kind of was like, okay, I'll just pass these on to Mickey because she likes Harry Potter. And I was like, oh, that's a shame. And then there was an extra present buried at the bottom, and it had 3 packs of regular black socks. I was just like, yes,
this is for me.
Yes.
Woo! Yeah.
It makes me look less stupid because I do not care about matching socks, right?
I also don't.
Couldn't give 2 hoots. But if they're all black, they match.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, right.
I just go bing, bing, done. Thank you. Because who cares at 8 a.m. when your eyes are in the same socket and you're still wearing last night's underwear? Nobody cares.
Yeah, you're like,
nobody should be that vain.
You got a hole on the top of your toe there. I see it. Well, there's a hole. Well, listen, until the hole is big enough for my entire toe to go through it, I'm wearing these socks.
Yeah, see, I don't have those conversations. I just look down and go, and then put on the shoes and carry on.
You're an adult when. Oh, that's who Jeff Foxworthy is?
Who?
Yeah, right. So he's an American comedian who says, you might be a redneck if. That's his popular
Yes,
thing.
I know him. Short
Okay,
hair
so now
does the
it's
kind
like-
of
Yeah.
that thing.
No,
Yeah,
you're an adult when
yeah.
you're happy to get socks at Christmas.
Oh yeah. I was also happy to get money at Christmas because we got a Switch, and I'm so happy.
Nice. That's what I say now. Like, hey, Scott, what do you want for your birthday? Money or nothing? What about a gift? Listen, I'll worry about the gift. You just get me the money. I know what
Yeah.
I need.
If the money's worth double, then it's double or nothing.
Yeah.
That's the
So
real
it's like
gamble.
we're beyond that stage now where it's like you're a teenager going, can I please have a new set of strings for my guitar?
Yeah. And now
now
I'm
we're
like,
going,
well, I just go
fuck.
straight to Diodario and strike a deal. It's like,
I'm using these GHS Boomer strings. And
Okay,
I'm really
Boomer.
liking them. I know. I
Oh,
really
you
like them. I know
walked
you didn't
right
like them,
into it.
but I'm really digging them, man.
oh, I wonder if they can make like a boring 10 to 46 set and call it the OK Boomers.
Okay, Boomer. Okay. Listen, all you guys who are still in your 20s, you take a nap, you blink a couple of times, you'll be a boomer just like us. So shut your mouth.
Yep, that's pretty much what it is. I was 28 last week, and now look at me.
No, what happened?
Hmm.
I'm only 17 years old.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's it.
I was 25. Oh, I was 25 when I moved to Russia 10 years ago.
Mm.
So December 25th, ironically, is the 10-year anniversary of me being an American expat.
Oh, wow.
That is true what Jones just said. You buy plugins and you immediately forget about them. I've done that.
See, I've reached a level of age maturity where I've got beyond that because I flipping own them all.
Right. That's the other thing too.
I'm kind
Scott, what
of
do you think
I'm almost sat at the top of the mountain going, this is a nice view. What's next?
Yeah. Yeah, now what? It's kind of boring up here. Shit. Now I know what I mean. Now I know what they mean. Winning gold kind of sucks. 'Cause
Yeah.
Now what?
Like, if I go to a track, I can pick between PSP and Finistrip, Slate Virtual Mix Rack, or the Mic DSP equivalent. And I'm just like,
Or
what?
Fab Filter or
Or Fab
whatever.
Filter, or what? Actually, I've never gone down the Fab Filter route. And funnily enough, I don't really miss it. But I've got so many alternatives that it's just like,
Yeah.
meh.
Fab Filter Pro Q. That's my workhorse EQ. That is the thing I put on everything.
But it's an EQ, and I've got like a Reaper equivalent that does all those things. And I'm
No,
it is good.
Reaper equivalent.
It's good, but I
Yeah.
ain't paying that for something I have an equivalent of.
And then the virtual Slate stuff I've started using a lot again. I don't know why. I just was like, oh,
It's good stuff.
What happened?
They're good
I
dogs,
want to
bro.
use. Yeah, I remember why on the master bus. If you put on their custom series EQ,
Oh, because it's like a Pultec.
yeah, you can adjust the highs at like 12K. You can sort of fuck around with that and just add
Yeah.
a little bit of
It's so sweet.
air. Yeah, it's like that's pretty cool. But yeah, I need to definitely get into that because there's a lot of good modules there. And of course, I use Slate tape and then
Oh, yes.
the bus emulation. But I mean, I really, really like the Shadow Hills Class A that I have.
Oh, I love that one. That's my new thing. My new hotness is the Plugin Alliance Mixmaster Bundle.
Yeah, I don't have that.
$14.99 a month, and it comes
I'm
with
also
that.
like you now, where it's like, why do I need this? I'm gonna buy it just for the sake of buying it. But I went ham with drum samples this year. Like I just yeah, it's hard. It was hard to look at myself in the mirror for a couple of days because essentially what you did with your bass body, I did with the drum samples.
Yeah.
Easy Drummer, Superior Drummer, Death and Darkness.
Have you used the 80s Tama Bell Brass Snare yet?
I haven't.
It's the best. The best. It's the one in Death. The 80s Tama Bell Brass is the best.
Right. I'm sure it is.
If I could afford a real one of those, I would own one because they are the best. But you can't find them. Oh, so good. They weigh about 40 pounds, this snare.
Well, they should sound like a goddamn cannon then.
Yep, it does. It really does. It's made out of
I
bell
want to
brass and weighs about 40 pounds. And you hit it with all your might, and then gods are summoned.
Well, I do like some gods, so I'm into that. If you may have not noticed.
Which ones will leave for...
I'm getting the Ragnar beard proper.
But yeah, I've got to say that I've gone down the Superior 3 route this year, and full admittance to the audience, I've been very lucky in a lot of ways that this year things have started to turn for me. I, on reflection, have a set of brass balls where I talk to companies and I go, I'll do you a video for this if you just send me the stuff. And a few years ago, I fully expected them to just laugh me out of the room. And then a few of them didn't. And now, more often than not, I'm getting, oh, here's the software. And I'm like, crap. Now I've got another video to do.
Now I got to do the video. Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly it. Now I'm like, oh,
it's like, I kind of wish you would have said no, actually.
Yeah, that's it. My list of videos to do for this year became so long because my kind of almost gamble was a certain percentage of these people are going to say no.
So I have written in a app here. I have 35 video reviews that I have to do.
Jesus Christ.
Some of them are for companies and some of them are just that I want to do.
Yeah,
like that I bought it. But anyway, you know, like Boxingo's is on here, Neural DSPs is on here.
Oh, I need to talk to you about Neural DSP. I want to demo their stuff. Get me back in contact with Max because that never went anywhere.
I haven't heard from them actually ever since we did the thing.
You put me in contact with them and they just went quiet. They're like, oh, look, these guys.
The result was quite nice, I think. But I don't know.
To be fair, that was probably a highlight of the year for you. You were live on the Neural DSP channel.
Oh yeah, I was.
That was cool. That was really cool. I was watching that as someone inside the industry going, Jesus, this is cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I'm almost 12,000 subs. I guess I'm getting somewhere now.
Yeah.
I made it on your oldest channel this year. I've been on Noodle's channel, your channel, which is always great.
You made it on Ola's channel. You're killing it. I mean, yeah.
I did that riff, and I'm just like, listen, I only got one chance to get on this guy's channel, and I better make this song just sound so badass that everyone who hears it types a comment saying you have to be on the channel, which is basically what happened.
Nice.
But
I mean, yeah, Marty's saying YouTube channel's grown so much you passed 40k it wasn't even celebrated. I mean, I feel a little bad about that, but I'm going to try and make something big about 50k.
Yeah, celebrate 50 and celebrate 100.
Yeah,
and then
50 is a nice big number. So yes, we'll definitely plan something for that. Probably a giveaway of some kind. And yeah, I mean, let's get all nostalgic and reminiscent over this year, because as much as it's been a crap year overall, a lot of good stuff has happened.
You begin. I'm gonna go get my screwdriver.
Right? Yeah. You go and screw your driver, and we'll see you in 20 minutes.
I'll answer you. Yeah, I'll screw my driver. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. See you soon. Have fun. Yeah. So this year, I mean, I said earlier in the stream, I don't want to sound like some sort of dick, because this year has been atrocious for a lot of people, and I will hold my hands up and say I have been very lucky in a lot of ways that the cards have all lined up for me. And there's been the best part of a decade of work leading up to this year, which is why it's paid off. But it's just a really strange time for this whole thing to have paid off for me when it has, because the world is burning around me and I'm looking around going, Jesus Christ, like, there but for the grace of God go I, right? So, the start of this year, before the whole coronary thing really took off. In fact, let's rewind to January 1st. At that point, I had filmed the Ultimate Guide to Reaper. I had done most of the editing on it. I was running the studio, I was running the YouTube channel, but for the last couple of years before that, the media company that I was working for had been really struggling financially. So I had volunteered to step back and find alternative supplementary income to make sure that my family were looked after. So I'd been a barman, as many of the videos on the channel will attest to. I'm going to sneeze. Or not, apparently. There you go. But yeah. Oh no, here we go. Still wondering if it's worth upgrading to Reaper 6. Do it. It's useful. It's great. It's efficient. Anyway, where was I? January 1st, I had started editing the Ultimate Reaper Guide, and we had just had an email from the NAM team saying, hey, we've seen your channel. We know you do like news and media and stuff because we do the weekly podcast. Do you want to come to NAM? And we didn't have very much money in the studio bank account because we'd been kind of scraping by, doing okay. And I just went, deep breath, now or never, we're going to do this. And said yes, booked the flights, grabbed Liam. At that point, Liam had never been outside of Europe. I've done a bit more international travel, but I'm not like a jet setter anywhere, or at least I wasn't. I might be in future, who knows? And I then went to NAM. And while I was there, I met Glenn Fricker from Spectre Sound Studios, who I had worked a little bit with previously. I'd helped him out with some, the Toman drum competition that he did, and I'd been in at least one of his competitions. He knew who I was, but only like on the periphery of his. He didn't care who I was really, and so I met him, and suddenly there's a personal connection there, which was great. I also was doing, oh no, that's right. Slightly before that, Glenn was aware that I had done work with Reaper before. So he had mentioned me to Warren, and they'd done a little video on their channel about Reaper, which went crazy, and my name came up a lot. And so I'd already talked to Warren at that point, who said, hey, we want you to do the Ultimate Reaper Guide for us. So I'd said yes. So then I met Glenn in person. I met Warren in person. He was full of a cold, but he was in space somewhere because, but I had got the, this is the resilience of I'm quite hard-headed, that I had been editing the Ultimate Guide to Reaper in 3 days before we went to NAM, maybe even 2 days before. I was working on my laptop, which thankfully remote uploaded the Premiere project every time I hit save, and it died. And I mean kaput. My main editing machine died, and I was supposed to have the whole thing ready to show to Warren at NAM. Crap. So, like, I was still working my bar job, and when there weren't people in the bar, I was on the end of the bar with my laptop editing the Ultimate Reaper Guide. That's what's insane, is that the laptop died and I was so close. So I then had to drive to my studio and pull 2 all-nighters before going to NAM to finish the edit of the Reaper Guide. Never did the Raspberry Pi Part 2. Yes, I did. Have a quick Google for that. That's up. And there will be a Part 3 because I have here probably the answer to that, which is the Raspberry Pi 400. That's going to be Part 3. Anyway, so I got to NAM, met Warren, met a lot of companies while I was there, which kept me busy for the first half at least of 2020. So flew back, massive success, but we didn't release the Reaper course. Oh yeah, I slept like a log on the way to NAM because I'd been wearing myself out something crazy. I was just telling the story of 2020. Did you know that I was still working at a bar at the start of 2020? Oh, your mic is off.
I knew that because you told me about it.
Right, yeah. And did I tell you that I was still editing the Ultimate Reaper guide on the end of the bar 3 days before NAMM?
No.
And that my computer died on the bar 2 days before NAMM?
No.
And that I had to pull 2 all-nighters to finish the edits before we got to NAMM so I could show them to Warren.
Nice. And then you showed him. He's like, good job, chap.
Yeah, he was so...
Let's host him.
He was so out of it on, like, flu medication and whatever, because, bless him, he was the first to fall to Namthrax. And he was white as a ghost and sweating, and he was just there like, yeah, man, great. Bless him. He
What year is it?
Exactly. He did what he needed to do, but he was not on this planet. And absolute kudos to him, because he was just floating around. But yeah, so I got that to Warren. He was impressed because I got it all done. And so we did some other little business deals at NAMM. Great experience. Talked to the Audient guys in person in their like house at NAMM after the event. Got to know them. Also went to an after party that NAMM had. I've still got like a cowboy hat somewhere that's Celestian branded.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was awesome.
That.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they were giving them out to the yeah. It's like if you got an invite,
but even if they weren't, you would have been like, "I'll take that."
But again, brass balls. I was at NAMM. We had not been invited to this party. I walk up to the Celestian booth to the guy I know. I'm like, "Have you got a party going on?" Yes. Can I get some of the passes? I'll see what I can do. So, you know,
the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I end up talking to him over a drink or two. And that's one of the reasons why I'm making this big Celestian speaker comparison now. The original plan was that this was going to be done 6 months ago as a big paid project for Celestian, right?
Yeah.
But then when the whole COVID thing hit, the Chinese who own Celestian said, right, we're making huge losses now. We don't have a marketing budget. Sorry, guys.
Damn it.
And I went, okay. But I've become such good friends with those guys that I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah. Well, it'll come back.
Exactly. That's always my thinking, is that I put things out into the world, something will come back. I mean,
we have that conversation often, you know, like, because my channel is so very niche, even to this day. I mean, you still have more different types of content on your channel,
right?
Than I do my channel. Like I am very like it's guitar tones. Well, it used to be cakewalk, and then, you know, I have some mixing tutorials here and there, but most of the videos center around amp simulators, guitar tones, and cakewalk. And I'm sort of just talking to my wife. I'm like, dude, I have other ideas. Like some of these reviews that I want to do are for orchestral libraries.
Right.
Because I do a lot of music where I use the stuff, and I got this fucking keyboard specifically for that reason.
Oh, cheeky. You know? Cheeky.
Yeah, I got it. When we built the desk, I
didn't know it was there.
Ahead. Yeah.
Oh, very cheeky.
So when we built the desk, we had this keyboard. My daughter clearly was playing with the keyboard. All right.
All the settings wrong.
Yep. So had that built in there. And then but I keep going back like, well, are my people gonna like it? And my wife's like, just do it. You'll get new people to join your channel. You know, the crossover. Because I have piano songs that I for like 2 years back in the States, I just wrote piano songs.
Right.
Like score style, movie style piano songs. Got a bunch of that shit. I wrote orchestral stuff, soundtrack type stuff for years. And it's like, I would like to share that stuff. It would be cool and get more people interested because I really like some of these companies like that are doing really great products. And like, so you doing just because you have the speakers already, I would imagine, because you are you. So you're just stepping up and going to Celestian, going, hey, you know what? I'm going to do this project anyway. It's going to be cool.
Well, that's the thing is behind the scenes, I often don't know as much as people think I know. not in terms of like what you can read and learn, but in terms of the actual ongoing business stuff. People think like I must know everybody and I must know all the upcoming stuff because I've got like spies everywhere, etc. No, that really, companies keep things really close to their chest until you really have a good working relationship with a company. And when you have a good working relationship with a company, it's like playing a real-time strategy game where, like, you know, you go from neutral to liked to friend to ally, that kind of thing.
And that's the truth.
Yeah, and you slowly work your way up, because if anyone running the company doesn't work it like that, they're a flipping idiot.
Yeah.
And so, like, yeah, Celestian and Audience are probably the two companies, being completely transparent, where I have earned their trust by becoming good friends with the people, but also playing the game of, you know, like, there are things that I know about each of those companies that I can't tell the public about right now. And even 3 drinks in, I still won't say those things because business relationship, and, you know, don't want to damage that thing.
Oh yeah, it's the same way. I mean, you know, I'm not even gonna tell you, you know. I think. Well, I mean, like, there's stuff I've had advanced knowledge of for months. Never told anyone about it.
Not even me, yeah.
Not even you. Not even my wife. Like,
I don't think your wife would give a shit. But
I just meant, like, you know, you want to keep a secret.
She's going to spread word on the streets of Ukraine. Hey, Scott knows this thing about.
Guess what? Just the point that, like, your word is your bond. Often, and the only way that you can prove that you're trustworthy is by keeping your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Not even by doing a good review, but just by keeping your mouth shut.
Got a few people in chat saying, like, Joe Cosio just got a JCM 900, which is a nice amp. And it depends where you live, because Achilles Jones says JCM 900 is too expensive for me. They're cheap in the UK. I could probably find a good deal of 400 quid on a JCM 900 100 watt. But
that's the one with the reverb pot on it, isn't it?
There's the dual reverb and the dual master. But yeah, if you want to get real specific, some are slightly more expensive than others. But they're basically a silver Jubilee Marshall in a different head. Basically, they're slightly different, but not much. But yeah, in the UK, there were so many of them, they're cheap. Whereas in the, like, if you go to California, you go on a street corner, you trip over a dual rectifier by Mesa.
Right.
You know, it's
right.
If you go to Germany, you're like sponsored by Engel on every building, right? And then you find the odd one, the competition, that's like sponsored by Diesel. Huh. But yeah, this box, and I can't show you the sticker on it because that will get me in a huge amount of trouble. This is from Audience. This is something I'm very excited to show you. Cannot tell you what it is. Not for the next couple of weeks anyway. And yeah, that I've already said too much. But yeah, it's no secret that companies always have things to release. So that much I'm comfortable saying, because that's leaving you with enough suspense to go, it could be this thing, it could be that thing, generate hype, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, and the trust factor is really a big deal.
It really is.
Doing what you say you want to do. And because, I mean, there are so many, like, people talk a lot of smack about, like, oh, you run ads on your channel or you have a sponsor.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like, I haven't been hit up by sponsors yet. My channel's not at that size yet. But it's just a matter of time. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, what kind of sponsor is going to come to me where I'm going to be like, no.
Oh, wait till you get to Raid Shadow Legends.
I'm not doing that because I wouldn't play the game anyway. You know what I mean? But I mean, but if someone was from Quake was like, hey, we'd love to sponsor you, I'd be like, awesome. Because that's a personal interest of mine. You know what I mean? Like, is it ethical if I am a gamer, which I am, in a game that I particularly liked, even if it was free to play, said, hey, we would like to have you run ads on your channel. Well, bills got to get paid. Lights have to stay on.
Yeah. As long as it's not absolutely terrible as a product and it's something we can get behind. Like, if it's something like Beats or Raycons are the worst. Like, if you were a tech channel and you talked about Raycon headphones, fair play, because you probably don't know any different. But our job is to know about good sound. and Raycons are like in-ear versions of Beats headphones. And yeah,
Disgusting.
exactly. I just saw you shudder because it's not like it's not like they're bad, but for what we do, they are bad.
That's a good saying, Marty.
Oh, what's Marty saying? Trust comes on foot but leaves by horse. Yes, quite. Well, yeah, Mesas, Engels and Soldano are way out of my price range. Well, Soldano is out of everybody's price range. Let's just get that out of the way right now. I do this for a living. It's in my best interest to do things like save up and buy amps like Soldanos, right?
Yeah, but that's a lot of money.
I can't afford one. Yeah, that was my point. Is like, I'm certainly not saying I have money, quote unquote, because I don't. I'm not made of money. I still live in a 2.5 bedroom terraced house in the middle of an urban city. I'm not rich. And when I say urban city, I don't mean like a posh urban city. I mean like one of the discarded little small cities. Anyway, I am not rich, right? And my job means that, like, if I was to buy a prestigious amp, that would potentially raise my status in the YouTube game. So it's kind of in my best interest to do so. If I've got a big rack of nice big name amps behind me, a lot of people are going to watch that and go, wow, this guy knows. Yeah. The unspoken thing is this guy knows his shit, right?
Right.
I still can't afford a Soldano. I look at it and I go, nope. Nope.
The heart says yes, the wallet says no.
I've made my purchase for the year, and this is also one of my highlights of the year. It's not here yet, but I have bought a Rev Generator Mark III, the 120. Oh my god,
That's the one. Where's that getting shipped from?
Canada.
Yeah, Canada. I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
So those are
going to
bring it over on order, right?
Yep. Hand built.
Right.
Yep. They did a live stream on Christmas Eve, and they said, "Oh, yours is shipping out within the week." And I'm like, "Bum bum 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 bum." But yeah, like, oh my god, like that. And again, complete transparency, because I'm going to be making a massive video on it as essentially an advertisement because they sound really good and I have no qualms with saying that. They did me a deal. Mine is not free, probably because my channel isn't big enough, and I've made peace with that, and that's okay. But I've spent a significant amount of money for someone who is, again, not rich on this amp, and I'm looking at my business bank account because that doesn't come out of my personal finances, that comes out of Chernobyl Studios bank account, and I'm going, crap, that's a lot of money, because then I've got to think about, I'm probably going to get hit for import taxes. And
absolutely.
All that kind of stuff, because like I said again, it wasn't free.
That's the other thing too, living in Ukraine. Everything is like, oh dude, Scott, just buy it off Tolman for like $300. I'm like, yeah, $300 on Tolman, and then pay for shipping, and then 32% import tax, and
right?
Then, like,
well, I tell
so
you,
it becomes like a $500 item there at the end of the day.
I tell you what, this is the first new amp I think I've ever bought, and I had to go big, didn't I? It's go big.
Well, I can't
go
wait
home.
for the review on that one. It's going to be good stuff. You're going to be like, Glenn, suck it.
Unfortunately, Glenn got one first, so it's going to be like Adam.
But he
suck
hasn't
it,
done a video about it yet, has he?
He was filming his before Christmas, so
shit. You better hurry up.
It's fine. His is coming out before mine. It's fine. But mine's going to be super in depth. Mine is going to be almost like Henning, but not 6 flipping videos.
I don't watch Henning's content. He's not really, that's not kind of the content I like to watch.
I think
sure,
you'd like
nice
it if
guy.
you watched it, actually. But the problem for me with some of Henning's videos is that it's a lot. Like, he probably made 2 hours worth of Rev video content, which is great, but again, because I work in the industry, I don't have the time to sit down and watch that. Not alongside having a little bit of free time, and by free time, I mean non-guitar and music tech stuff. It's only recently that I've even had a little bit of free time to like unwind a little bit and not just die. I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077, which I love it. I really like it, but it's my jam, right?
Diego says, you look like Vikings. Thank you very much.
Yes,
that's the point.
I look like the Vikings, slightly lower down the pole with the small beard.
I'm gonna grow. The goal is here. All right.
Yes.
I'm halfway there, and then I want to do a proper fucking, like one of those.
Yes. My Viking name is Nerdus Smallbeard, the Viking engineer.
Nerdus Smallbeard. Then Diego's also asking, flat headphones for under 100. Let me try that again. Flat headphones for under $100, and I would be no. I would just do the M50, the ATH M50Xs. Would be the lowest headphone to buy.
There is no such thing as even close to flat headphones under $100. Sorry, Diego, it's not a thing, because under the $300-ish mark, headphone manufacturers are trying to do two things, and that's cut corners because it makes it affordable to build, and they're trying to impress you.
Yeah, so these are probably the only ones that less than $200 you can get away with buying. But these have a bass boost.
Audio-Technica?
Yeah.
Right.
They have a bass boost, and the highs are also a bit hyped. But if you spend enough time, and a closed back, by the way.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have bass harmonic boost when you're mixing.
Yeah, that's you really have to be aware of that.
Yeah. But if you listen really low level when you're mixing, you can get used to it. But I mix a lot of stuff on these, but after mixing on these, the 650s, and then going back to these.
Yeah, I've got my 650s rocking somewhere. I was only using them a couple of days ago. Actually, I've got a pair of Sonys here that are cheap and entirely acceptable.
Are those the M5? What are those? The M5s? Or I don't remember what those are called.
No, these are actually the really cheap ones.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know if the model number's on them. I think I paid like 20 quid a pair for these.
Oh, what the hell are you buying?
I know, right? But I got two pairs of these so that me and the missus could do live streaming together.
Ah, I got you.
That was a couple of years ago.
I understand.
Yeah, but they sound okay. I mean, with any pair of headphones at all, you need to adjust to the way they sound. Full stop.
Yep. Well, it's just like monitors in a room, guys.
Well, even more so, because there is no room to like mediate it.
Sure.
Because a good sounding room will relax your ears even with a middling set of monitors and set you in that space and all that kind of stuff. With headphones, there is none of that. It's quite raw experience. Whatever is in those drivers is going straight into your ears, which is why you look at some headphone corrections and things like SonarWorks, and there are massive spikes because the drivers are designed to make things sound nice, and there are compromises that have to be made. And
I haven't tried that SonarWorks stuff. I've just sort of went with again, this is where the reference track thing might be useful. I just listened to a lot of music at very low volumes until my ears adjusted. Because the first time I started mixing on these, I was like, do I even have any low end in my song? Couldn't hear it because I'm used to these fucking things just pumping it out.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I'm using the Slate VSX headphones right now, and these things are really good. They cost more, and on their own, these headphones, these drivers, I wouldn't say they're cheap, but they're not absolutely stellar. But when paired with the VSX software, they are so good. It's so hard to describe because they do what's called binaural processing, which is a very clever science that puts you in a space And when it puts you in the space, it puts you in the space with monitors. And those monitors, the ones that they captured, that Slate captured, were captured with what's called the Trinov system. And if you've heard of Trinov, no? Yes, no? Scott?
No, I was
No.
just,
Okay.
no, continue.
Trinov is like Sonar Works, but really expensive and really good.
Oh, okay.
Trinov is like hardware correction that's got some serious shit going on.
Nice.
So yeah,
Spacecraft stuff.
well, yeah, Trinov is like Sonar Works that you use in $1 million studios and you have as a rack unit.
Gotcha.
So yeah, they've captured those systems in those rooms that are already perfect.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was skeptical. I bought these the second I could, and again, been lucky this year that I had the available funds to go, you know what, YOLO, let's buy these.
Hashtag YOLO.
Yeah, exactly. Let's make a video on this. Let's just YOLO it and let's just do it. And they arrived less than 24 hours later, and I busted my ass to within 36 hours get the video out on these. And I'm so glad I did, because my God, the video went crazy. And again, thank you to everyone who watched it.
And that's cool, by the way, because if I remember correctly, excuse me, your first Slate microphone review was not too stellar.
The Slate ML2 fail video.
Yeah.
Well,
and so like you even going back and trying more Slate stuff. So I mean,
it's funny how the internet exaggerates everything, because if you watch that video again, knowing me the way you know me now, you will see me saying these were really good and I really liked these, but yeah. Whereas if you didn't know me, it's a hit piece. I know that now with reflection, but I did try my best to be like, being British, being brought up with the BBC, who are neutral by law. I have a very well coded part of my media brain, which is be fair to the other side.
Right.
And I very much stressed in that video that, when these work properly, these are incredible, but it was too important. It was too important a thing to not put out there, because the fail on those microphones was that it sounded like someone was frying bacon. Which, if
you returned one, they sent you another one, and the second one had the problem, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Now it turns out now that I know exactly what caused that problem, but that still doesn't make it right. I know how to fix it now. It was that those microphones are incredibly sensitive to moisture. And I mean, like, if you put them in a cold room overnight, they'll sound like a bacon frying pan the next morning. Which, again, like, now I know it, I can take the capsules off it, put them on the radiator for an hour before we go, and then there's no problem. But you should not have to do that with a working microphone.
That is not cheap, by the way.
What, running a radiator?
No. Those Slate microphones are hundreds of dollars, aren't they?
The ML2s were $120 each, I think.
Oh, okay. What am I thinking of? That's like $700 black.
That's the ML1. That's the big vocal microphone.
Gotcha.
And I later, because what I did actually at the end of that video is I sent back the two microphones to the supplier, SX Pro, and I said, you know what? I don't want my money back. Can you put this towards me buying the ML1, the vocal microphone?
Yeah.
And all credit to them. They said, all right, we'll do that for you. So I then bought the vocal microphone. I paid the difference. I mean,
when they got more money, so why wouldn't they do that?
Exactly. They had to deal with a couple of returns, but I got the vocal microphone, and that has been perfect from day one.
That's incredible.
So, but that's the thing. That's at a $700-ish price point, whereas the others are $100 and something-ish price point. So the components, you have to cut corners somewhere in a complex design to fit a price point.
So what do you guys do to rest your ears? Wow, if I'm not working, I'm not listening to music anymore. Which goes back to the previous point of a lot of bands come out that I don't hear about because I'm not listening to music anymore. When your hearing isn't picking out things, you're just tired, so you just gotta stop, and you need to know your threshold, whatever that is.
How humid is it around my studio? Not particularly. I mean, I'm not in Arizona, but in the UK, especially in the north, it can be wet. It will have been raining, so it's like, it's not unreasonably, it's not unreasonably humid by default, but it's not desert dry,
Well, I talked about this a little bit already. I don't use reference songs when I mix.
I do. I definitely use reference songs when I mix, but not like a slave to the reference. I will often do the mix without a reference, and then at the end, give it a little check to something that I've picked that is appropriate to that genre, and just see roughly if the balance matches. So like, because especially because I change monitoring so much, I go from these headphones to the studio's monitors, to the studio's test sub monitor, to the NS10s, back home to these, to the car. I'll listen to a reference a little bit just to check that I'm not going crazy.
But that helps you actually, because you got so many different sources, so you will be able to weed out a lot of the problems.
Right, but the way that my ear works, I work faster if I go, I know this song that fits the genre of this material. I like this song. I like how this sounds.
All right.
How does this stack up? Because I do not have go-to references. I think that's a bad practice. But as I start recording a song for a band, generally speaking, that song will give me the feel of another song that I know. It will remind me tonally of something. Like recently, I've been mixing for a German pop punk band called Mischwald, and their material reminded me very much of Green Day's American Idiot album.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
It is, but I have to say,
you know what? Now, because I remember the mix, and I think you're right.
Yeah, I have to say that American Idiot, in terms of the mix, in terms of the tonal balance, was a Chris Lord Alge mix, which means it gives me a little leeway that it was ahead of its time.
Sure.
So usually I do reference from the last 10 years, but that one, get away with it because, arguably, pop punk has a sound from that era, right?
So what do you think of the plugin Soothe?
Soothe. I got Soothe. I used it on everything, and I realized that I don't use it nearly as much as I did.
So I only use Soothe, and me personally, I only use Soothe on guitars that I have not created a tone for. Or if overheads are super spiky.
I actually used it on a master this week, and it was amazing.
That's cool.
But you have to be incredibly gentle with it. If you're overbearing with it on a master, it will just make everything sound like it's under a blanket.
Oh, he asked us already about that before. What do you guys think of it? Is it worth? This is a hard question to always answer. I mean, is the plugin worth it? I mean, okay.
Yeah.
So when you're in this particular situation,
Hold on a second. I'm gonna go to the men's room. I'll be right back. You do the diatribe.
All right, here we go.
I'll be a minute.
And goodbye.
Maybe two.
So when you're in this situation, if you're deciding if you want to or if you need a plugin or you're gonna buy a plugin, there's always a couple basic questions that you need to ask. Price tag aside, all right. Does the plugin do something that you need immediately? Like, does it solve a problem in your workflow that you cannot solve in any other way with any combination of plugins or any plugin that you currently have? If you cannot, then that price tag already starts to make more sense. Like, this is something that I need. Like, I absolutely need to have this. Okay? So, and first and foremost, usually you'll be able to answer your own question of if you need the plugin or not by that question alone. Like, it's pretty cut and dry. Because generally, like for example, I could use a regular de-esser on guitars if I wanted to. I would just have to probably do a bit more EQ work, and it'd take longer to do it, but it could be done, right? So then it could be like, well, I don't really have the money right now, so I'm not going to spend it. Okay, so but anytime that you're looking at plugins or anytime you're looking to invest in plugins, it has to be for a specific reason. Try not to get lost in the hype, because $200 for a plugin could be ridiculously expensive for you
Right.
if you buy the plugin and never use it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
A $200 plugin could be pennies for you if you're using it on every single thing that you do for the next 5 years. Then that's great money to spend, of course. Now, the word of advice from me at this point in my mixing career, I'm looking at a plugin from the first point that I just said, and also from the second point. Does it make my job easier or faster? Can this plugin replace 2 or 3 plugins that I'm currently using and gives me the same result? If yes, then that might be a plugin worth investing in. But I'm at that's a different thing for me. I have a set amount of hours during the day where I can do something where my daughter's not going to bomb in on me, and I got to get things done. So if you're not in that position, then maybe you don't need the plugin.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's the first question is, are you a professional? Does your job depend on this? Are you going to recoup the money on this in a reasonable amount of time? If not, then you have to admit that it's a hobby purchase. And then you have to ask yourself, do you earn enough money to justify dropping money on something like this? And if you do, all the more power to you. If you don't, find another way, because other ways are out there. Soothe is great.
It is. It's a freaking ridiculous plugin. I mean, it does something in a unique way that not any other DS or any other plugin. That's hands down, yes, of course.
Right. But with the skills I have, I can work without it if budget was a major concern, and I did for a long time.
Sure. But everyone did because it didn't exist.
Right. But like, we're on Soothe 2. I didn't buy Soothe 1. I couldn't justify the money at the time.
Sure.
If I had an unlimited budget, it would have been one of the first things I'd have bought. But yeah, the way that I have always looked at things like plugins, because I'm an audio obsessive, right? No matter what job I've had, no matter what I've done, audio and getting better audio and better sounding audio has been the thing that wakes me up in the morning, right? That's
you probably fall asleep thinking about things that you could try. I know I do.
Right. Sometimes I wake up with mixed notes
in your mind.
Yeah. Right.
Like,
we're those kind of people. And even then, sometimes I would be looking at plugins and go, I can't afford this, or I can't justify this.
Yeah.
Because it would be, what's my income? What proportion of my income can I spend on things? And I have almost always in the last 10 years had a list of things with a roughly set priority of the weak link in my chain.
Yep.
That's the way that I've always improved my mixing, and you'll hear it if you look at stuff on the YouTube of mine from the last 5 or 6 years, is that I'd like to think I was a relatively competent mix engineer at the start, but I had my eyes on what is the weak link for me? What do I not have that could make this better? And then whenever I had an amount of money from extra studio clients above and beyond paying the rent, or whenever, basically that's the long and short of it, is whenever I had extra available spending money, what's the weakest link? What can I now pay for that will fix that weakest link and make things better? Right, that's great. That works. Next, what's next on the list? And I had a lot more time to spend on making the list than I had money to spend on the things. So
we have a couple of cool questions. I'm just coming right from the top here. So one reverb to take to a desert island. What is it?
That would be Slate's Verb Suite Classics.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah, because it's got
I don't
everything
use
from
anything else anymore. Yeah.
Although if it had to be a hardware reverb, it would be a Lexicon 480L.
Sure, of course. I knew the Lexicon was going to come up.
I mean,
Question
I
for
like.
Scott and
Actually,
Adam.
no, it might be a Bricasti BM7, but I'm going to say the Lexicon because it makes mixes nice.
See, and the reason why you can say the verb suites is because you can have the BM7s inside the verb suite, so you get both.
As soon as that was an option, I was like, yes, 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 please, yes.
And they make it easy to install because you can do it with the waves, but you got to fucking manually unpack everything and copy paste everything. It's always fucked. And verb suites is like, here's a launcher and an installer, exe, click, install, done. Ooh.
Right.
All right. That's terrible.
I mean, before I used any of them, I used a real Bricasti M7 when I was at Real World Studios down in Box in Wiltshire, which is Peter Gabriel's studio. I had the very wonderful fortune to be there for a mix session, and they used a Bricasti M7, and it just sounded like you were in the space, and you're just like, this is witchcraft. How? What? How? Sorry? And then they tell you the price of that 1 unit little rack thing, and you're like, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go get a lunch now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to go and sit in the corner and rock backwards and forwards for a little while.
How do you make decisions about the levels when moving the faders? I really can't answer. Okay, when do you know that you have a good balance? Okay. So, this is a non-tangible. You just have to do this for a while until you get the hang of it.
I do have a method, actually.
Let's hear it.
I have a method which is a 2-stage method, which is step 1, do not touch the faders. This is called a static mix. So step 1 for me is make sure that you've got things like compression right on certain channels and that you've got EQ right on certain channels, that they all fit all of the time. But then you play it back and you just, at this little section, you just wish the vocal was a little louder. You just wish the guitar was a little quieter, but otherwise everything's perfect. Then you go to automation.
Okay. Yeah. That's a totally different bag of I think that's right. I think that's after knowing that you have a song balanced.
Yes, well that's it. So that's the thing. That's my opinion, is don't start moving faders until, because if you've got everything at 0 unity and something's not loud enough, then look in whatever plugins you've got, turn the gain up a little, compress it a little more maybe, or turn things down if the drums are overbearing on everything. Don't be afraid to turn them down.
So here's the thing. So mixed balance is first and foremost genre dependent. Okay, yes. Because mixed balance will mean different things in a different thing. So in metal, I like to have a thick low end. This is my personal desire. So for me, a mixed balance has a kick that you can audibly hear, but also feel. Right. But not all the low end comes from only the kick drum, which is often what seems to happen sometimes in metal. So,
yeah, which Joey Sturgis refers to as drums in space.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good point to put it, actually. So actually what I will do is I will keep my drums as the control, if you will, for the mix.
Right. Yes.
And I balance everything off of the drums. And what you will find a lot of professionals will do is they'll just fucking rake all the faders down to infinity, and then they have the drums playing, or I do anyway. Then I bring in the bass until I personally feel it sounds good.
Right.
Okay, that's what I mean. Like, it's an intangible. I can't tell you like, all right, okay, minus 3 dB, you're good to go. It always depends.
Yes.
Okay? And then I bring in rhythm guitars until I feel it sounds good. You know, and I usually will do this in a song that's the most busy. So blast beats, shit like that.
I do tend to loop the loudest part of the song when I'm doing
exactly.
this. Yeah.
And then and then after that, me personally, so after it would be bass, rhythm guitars, then I would do, and then because I have my session organized basically in top to bottom, from most important to least important, I would then, because those are the basic fundamentals of the song that have to be heard almost all the time, right? Then you're talking about solos or melody guitars, which are way more is objective, so you can mix them in. They're undoubtedly going to be too loud or too soft, so you'll have to automate those. Orchestral instruments, vocals, backing, gang vocals, all that stuff. Then it's not fader. That's already automation stuff. But that's the core foundation of the mix for me are drums. And then everything gets mixed around drums.
That's interesting because I have a very subtly different approach, but it ends up as the same thing.
That really perfectly demonstrates the point where when you ask black and white questions like that, it's really hard.
You're never going to get a straight answer. Yeah,
and that's what makes it so frustrating to be a new mixer these days, because I wish more people would just say, "Listen, I can't tell you." It's an intangible. That's just something that you only get after you've mixed hundreds and potentially thousands of songs.
But it's difficult because our job as people, as public personalities, is to answer a lot of these questions, and these are questions that should be in our wheelhouse. So surely we should have some kind of answer, right?
So I just answered him that I can't tell you I can't tell you an arbitrary amount, but I can tell you how I do it.
So my method is to start with a single rhythm guitar.
That's interesting.
But that's the reason is that heavily distorted rhythm guitars have a fairly just block of a waveform. They're fairly just straight, and they don't have much of a transient, which means that roughly speaking, their peak value of sound is roughly the same as their average value of sound, because it's just
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
So I can use that as a meter. If I've got a section of a song that doesn't have any palm mutes, I can get that on a meter and look for roughly -18. That sounds super quiet. Just thinking -18, that's way quiet, right? But think about it. It's got no spikes, no chugs, it's just solid. So -18-ish for that one guitar. Now just bring your drums up around it and turn your speakers up and down so that sounds the right level to you.
Right.
And then bring your drums up around it. Then bring another rhythm guitar up and stereo pan them and all that kind of stuff. And you should find that you're not clipping the master bus, even with your drums going.
The other thing that I do, I have all of my groups going to a submix group, which then feeds into the master. Right. And actually do a -6 dB gain reduction on the submix. Right. So all the other groups feed into the submix to get a -6 dB already.
Which tells me that all your groups were blasting 6 dB too loud.
No, it's just something I did 5 years ago after watching Sturgis do it, and I've just done it ever since.
Right. Well, it's all a bit of an approach thing. I mean, it's all an approach, because if you're using like really nice analog preamps and analog inputs, you probably do want to drive them by 6 dB to get some character out of them, right? Which means they're going to be 6 dB too loud, which means at the group stage, you probably want to turn them down by that much so they don't clip everything. I get that. I understand that completely.
The groups. So like on my mixing course, I talk about like I want to keep everything not clipping.
Right.
And then so when everything culminates, of course, you have the snare, the kick, the toms, everything on them on their own. They don't clip. But all of a sudden you bust them and they fucking clip them.
Yeah, because you're adding them together. Right. And if you've got a kick and a snare that hit at the same time and they're already pretty close to the top, that's going to go way above the top. That's going to go pow.
But then you can bring them down. And I used to be super anal about that because I watched a video by A.L. Levy, and he's like, he uses Pro Tools, Jesus.
Pro Tools, Jesus.
Pro Tools, and he puts the gain reduction, not the gain reduction plugin, but whatever, and he does it on every single track.
The Joey Sturgis. Oh, you mean gain on just like the volume balance thing?
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called in Pro Tools. It's a plugin they got to insert.
It's called Unfuck This Channel.
in Cubase, you got a channel strip. You can just pull it down on each channel. It's got a pre-gain that you can pull down. So that's why I did it. But yeah, I should probably check that out because I think what's just happened over the years is I've just gotten what also happens over time is you just get good at like something's clipping or something's not right, something's too loud, and you just sort of when professionals talk about like yes I'm mixing the song and just something wasn't right. And then I find out my bus compressor was at the wrong ratio. And you're sitting here as a newbie going, how the fuck could you possibly hear that?
Yeah.
And then
that's definitely
here I am a couple of weeks ago trying to do a goddamn guitar tone for you guys in that video. And unbeknownst to me, my daughter had jacked the drive knob on my interface and I hadn't noticed it. But I noticed the shitty ass guitar tones that I was getting that other people may have been like, this is great. But there was just this detail that was just bothering me that I couldn't figure out. So yeah,
wasn't that hours before you were supposed to go live with? It
was the night before, yeah, and I was totally stressing the fuck out. I'm like, Jesus, this tone sounds awful. People are, because then you said like people are like, oh man, I'm supposed to be good at this, and then looking at the interface, hating myself, going, wait a minute, the drive is on 6. Let me just turn that off. And ever since then, I like you said, I make sure I have the no cab. I have the cab emulation turned off. Actually, in Cubase, I set up a specific input called guitar, which uses the no cab.
Right.
Input. So
Happy New Year to Bommel, by the way. He's got to go.
Oh, cheers, buddy, Bommel.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, buddy.
But yeah. Okay, so here's an interesting question from Diego. Do you think artists producing their own music might make you guys have less jobs?
No.
Partly because a lot of guys producing their own music honestly don't know what they're doing. So it's not going to sound that good. They think it sounds good, then they play it for the public and the public go, good job, little buddy, and just kind of pat them on the head and just walk away.
That was nice.
Yeah, exactly. I'll put this on the fridge next to the other one. But then there are quite a few artists who do know exactly what they're doing. But those artists were never going to come to us anyway.
Sure.
So we just have to say, okay, and that's fine. Because, especially for me, I've worked with 3-4 bands this year. That's it. I don't need a huge number of clients because I do a lot of things. I make impulse responses for companies. I do gear reviews on YouTube. I do live mixing on YouTube, but that takes time and is part of what I do. I master for other people, but again, not that many. There's enough work to go around. That's fine. And so I have no problem.
Another thing about that, and then there's another question Diego asked. A lot of the beginner bands or a lot of the beginner people have too much of an ego to admit that they don't know what they're doing. So yes. I wouldn't want to work with them anyway. So they're not even people I would want to talk to. There's a 50-50 relationship here. I'm coming to you 50% of the way saying like, hey, I've got a guitar tone mastery course here. Yes, there is a paywall behind the information because once you get inside the information, there's also a community, and I'm pretty protective about that community. And don't be a dick. And also, by getting that course, you've also have basically made sort of like a little promise to yourself that, hey, I'm going to put some time and effort into this. It's sufficiently important that I'm willing to invest in myself, blah, blah, blah. And a lot of those other bands that are just starting don't respect, I don't think, what we're trying to do. They want to lowball everything. And, I just deny working with them, to be honest with you. And then this kind of works into the other question that he asked earlier, when he said, what do you think about pirating software if you're just getting started?
Oh, tricky.
So, I mean,
I, for obvious reasons, cannot condone it.
Yeah, of course, we don't condone it. But anyone who says they never pirated anything ever are liars.
Yep.
Unless maybe you started mixing music in the 70s. But I'm sure people have 5-finger discounted things before.
Yeah, but
right?
if you were mixing in the 70s or the 80s, you probably just went into those studios and did the night shift when the place was closed and just used the equipment.
Right.
Which
So, I
technically
mean,
isn't pirating, but it's using stuff you didn't pay for.
right. So, of course, I don't condone it. But here's the thing, guys, that there is a such thing. If you don't pay for it, you don't have skin in the game. If you don't have skin in the game, you don't care about what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's the missing piece of this information that a lot of people who are just getting started miss. They succumb to marketing, because if you don't know your asshole from your hand, what's the point of buying a glove or the best glove in the world? Get Adam's course to learn what a compressor does, to understand that, what, I don't need to buy a compressor right now. I got a nice stock one. Let's figure that one out first. And
Yep.
then, and let's start learning how to mix. That's the point. You
Yeah.
can get Cubase.
Yeah, it's
Reaper, for
revelation
Christ's
time
sake.
from me. I mean, times have changed as well. You can use Reaper now, and I wholeheartedly recommend you pay for the license. But if you don't, it carries on working.
Right, and I actually will leave comments. I've seen comments like, yeah, just go ahead and get Reaper. It's free. I'm like, Reaper is not free.
Yeah, I do that all the time. Reaper is not free.
Reaper is not free.
But it's also $60. When I started learning, Cubase was several $100, and there wasn't really an alternative.
Yeah,
and well, that's the thing, is a public naming and shaming time, and this is talking about over 15 years ago now. I was one of those kids who got hold of a copy of Cubase, which in hindsight, I now know that I could have got an education license through the university super cheap. And I should have, but I didn't know that at the time. But I got hold of a copy because I needed to work at home on what I was doing, because Cubase was what the university worked on. They were a Steinberg accredited university.
I see. Yeah.
So the other thing is, I don't feel particularly bad, because I had spent thousands of dollars a year on the tuition that part of it went to Steinberg anyway for the accreditation of the university. So, I mean, call it entitled, call it what you will, but part of the money I spent, because my parents couldn't support me all the way through, I paid for a lot of my own tuition. My money went to Steinberg.
Right.
So, I mean, that doesn't make me scot-free. That doesn't make it perfect. But, and I wanted to be the best of the best at what I was doing at the time.
It's really difficult, because it's like, what came, chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah, right.
Like, I'm from, heck, dude, and I respect the situation. I have gotten messages from people from Indonesia saying Cubase costs like 4 or 5 months of this. I got it.
Yeah.
All right, but look at Mixcraft. You look at DAWs that are significantly less expensive. Reaper. Mixcraft is bundled. Yeah, Reaper, right? Reaper, okay? And Mixcraft is bundled with the Tone Boosters plugins, okay, which are third-party, pretty decent plugins.
Yeah.
Okay, and there are options now that didn't exist 10 years ago. Dude, 10 years ago, the entire landscape was totally different. You had the monoliths. You had fucking Pro Tools, which was basically still just crushing it.
Oh God,
people were still just Pro Tools
I started
everywhere.
what Americans call college in 2004. You couldn't move for Pro Tools. If you didn't learn Pro Tools, you were nobody. But you couldn't buy like a Pro Tools native license at the time, really, unless you got. In fact, no, it was Pro Tools LE. Or Empowered, which was like
LE.
the really crap version, which was Empowered. Or you bought the HD, which was a 5-figure sum. You could not afford it as a mortal.
They really monopolized, and they just absolutely fingered just whatever. I mean, and now they're I personally think they're starting to struggle, actually.
Right.
Pro Tools, because now they've gone to a monthly subscription for like $30 a month to get Pro Tools. I'm like, well, gee whiz.
Well, I'll bet they've made more money in the last year or two than they have in a long time. They were at NAMM at January, and their stand was huge.
And who was there?
Oh, everybody. No, really.
Yeah.
Like everybody
Listen,
was there.
I have a certificate actually. I am Pro Tools certified.
Oh, you're a special Pro Tools boy.
Yeah, because I recorded my first EP with Pro Tools and I hated the experience. I hated it. We wasted an entire day trying to get the latency clocks to fucking sync up and work.
Oh, joy.
And I'm like, dude, I could just use I got Cakewalk Sonar 8. We can use that. You know, it works. You know, should be. Oh no, that was Cakewalk Sonar. That was already Cakewalk Sonar Platinum at that point.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah, there's no latency issue with Cakewalk Sonar Platinum, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
I
Jesus, yeah.
didn't use Sonar apart from Sonar 4, which I think was the version before that, maybe.
So there was we actually went Sonar up to 8.5.3 and then became Sonar X1 with the multi-docking.
Showing my age a little because I used Sonar pre-college.
I used Sonar. Excuse me. I used Pro Audio, which was before Sonar.
Right. Well, if you want to get
Sonar
that way,
was my
Granddad,
dog.
I used Cubase on an Atari.
There you go. Well, I'll tell you what, I did MIDI programming with dots and assembly language. So
I used Sibelius on an Atari ST and wrote my like high school. I suppose the equivalent for you guys is the high school like 16-year-old diploma pieces for music on an Atari from the late 80s, early 90s.
You like doing things the hard way, I guess.
It was the only choice I had. It was the only thing that was available to me. And you think
got it done, see?
Well, that's the thing. I'm hard-headed. I'm like, right, I'm using this. I'm getting it done. And I passed. Barely, but I passed. You wouldn't believe that I got a scrape of a pass.
Here's the deal. I just don't take you seriously if you're going to download plugins in this day and age.
Yeah.
20 years ago, I totally sympathized. I mean, I was from a small-ass town. I didn't have a broadband connection until 2005. Okay. And people were already well on cable and shit at that point. T1, I remember when T1 was a super big deal back then. And so I completely, totally sympathized, with musicians and people at that time who had ideas and they couldn't get their ideas out on paper. Got it. But at this point in time, there are drum kits that are free, like the free power drum kit that sound
sounds great. Yeah.
That 5,000 times better than the Casio 88 key workstation keyboard that I bought in 2003 for $200.
I was lucky. Guys, I had a Zoom rhythm track, and that sounded like ass.
There's no perspective anymore with a lot of these. Like, oh, just get FL Studio, and I'll have a fucking banger. It's like, man, it's like I really sound like a boomer now. I get it. I'm becoming my father.
Yeah, but it definitely is a perspective thing because you're completely right that like 20 years ago, you just couldn't afford plugins. There weren't many choices, and the choices that were there were unrealistic prices for anybody who was not already in the industry. Like Waves plugins, Waves do bargain like offers now that are super cheap. They never used to do those. I can tell you that.
That only as recent as 3 years ago. A Waves plugin going on sale was like it would still cost $90.
Yeah, it's
I
only
bought
because
the Waves Gold bundle for $200 some odd dollars. I got the SSL bundle for $250.
Wow.
That's when the SSL bundle goes on sale once a year.
Yeah.
$249.
I've always loved the Slate plugins from day one, but that's one of the reasons is they made Waves crap themselves and go, we're not the king of the hill anymore.
Yep. My hypothesis is that when Slate came up with the Slate Everything bundle, Waves was like, whoop, in the tank.
Oh, I'll bet they looked at their bottom line and were like, oh, Jesus, what do we do?
Because you can still find old Waves videos from like 2008, 7 at various conventions and be like, so we got the Mercury bundle on sale today, just $2,000. It's like, what? $2,000.
Yeah. As it stands, they were trying to get me to buy the Mercury bundle, which is the everything that Waves do, for less than $1,000 this month. And I'm like, you know what, guys? I'm all right.
I'm good. I don't even use Waves anymore.
Yeah,
I really don't
I use like 4 Waves plugins and that's it.
I did a video because I knew people were gonna ask me about Waves plugins because I knew they were gonna. So I was proactive and I did a video on my channel of like the Waves plugins that I would recommend. And I remember doing that video going, I don't even use these anymore. I don't use the C4 anymore. I use Pro MB,
Yeah.
I don't use the Waves Q equalizer anymore. I use FabFilter.
Stock equalizer.
Yeah, you could use that. I don't use Kramer Pi anymore. I use the gray from Slate.
Yeah.
I use that compressor now.
Don't use the Kramer tape because we use the Slate tape because it sounds better.
So
yeah.
I'm like, I don't use fucking anything from Slate or from Waves anymore. But if you are looking at Waves, maybe you should get this stuff. Because there is a point of diminishing your returns where you like, oh, dude, I could grab the diamond bundle for like $90. I'm like, dude, there are 30 plugins in there you will never even look at.
You'll use like 2 of them and then you'll get bored and go back to your old ones.
You'll never even look at them.
The only ones I do use are ones that you can't find anywhere else. Max Bass is one of them.
Okay, fair enough. Yep. Fair enough. Max Bass is legit.
And when I want to use the opposite of Max Bass, I use Low Air. That's great.
Okay.
Have you used Low Air?
I forgot about Max Bass. No, I haven't.
So
I have it.
Low Air is the opposite. If you've got something that's kind of punchy, but it needs bass that isn't there, it kind of makes lower bass, whereas Max Bass kind of replicates it further up.
So it's the exact opposite where you're doing the harmonics. Okay.
Exactly. Low Air is great for film work. If you're doing film sound and you need something to make the chair rattle, but the original sample didn't. And EQ's never going to do it, but Low Air artificially makes the rumble, the seat move kind of thing. Yeah. So, those are rare things where no other company is doing that. And I'm like, yeah, cool. I'll have them. Great.
No, Max Bass is legit. Yeah, I got to be honest.
Yeah, but we're really scraping the barrel here, right?
Yeah, that's a $29 plugin anytime. That's always on sale.
Right.
But shit, dude, like I said, even as 3 years ago, they never did that. Isotope plugins? Go ahead.
I like isotope plugins. I use them a lot. The RX stuff saves my ass on a daily basis. And Ozone, you've just got to be careful with. If you are a disciple at the Church of Ozone, you can make a great master with it. But I like to reach out and use different things. Keep it fresh. But Ozone is a great plugin. If I was stuck in a desert island and I had to master an album and I only had Ozone, I wouldn't complain. Let's put it that way.
Yep. And you don't need the pro version or whatever. I used to use Ozone 8 standard.
Yeah, the way it's gone for the last few versions with Ozone is that the advanced version is advanced. Yeah, it's only 2 things. It's like individual plugins of everything, which is nice, but
which is cool, but.
And it's some like new features that they've come up with that in the next version will probably be in the standard version.
Sure. No, wait, Jesus Christ. Isotope is fantastic. Ozone is pretty cool. Dude, I remember Ozone 5. You know what I mean? Back in the day, you're like, dude, I got Ozone. Really? Wow. Speaking of pirating. But I mean, I use Ozone Limiter. I really like the Luffs.
Right.
What's the fucking called?
Just the meter.
Where you can automatically, you can. I like having that. I like having the stereo independence where you can mess with the transients. I like changing the, how fast or slow the
it's like the peak and RMS on the meter and that kind of thing.
I like that stuff. That's cool. I've just gotten so used to
that's
it
what
now.
It's called. The meter ballistics.
Yes, thank you. I've just gotten so used to using it now. RX is cool. I have like the essentials version of it because I think it came with a purchase I made. I don't remember, but could definitely see how it could help with voiceovers or removing some background hum, or even worse, what I don't really have a need for that stuff. I tried Nectar, I think it's called, or something else or other. I think I don't know how
Well,
much I would see. I
yeah.
got to be very careful with AI mixing stuff.
The thing is, stuff with like Nectar's a super modern, like vocal chain processing thing. I'm a bit more old school in my approach because I know what all the vintage compressors do. I know what the vintage EQs do through years of toying and playing and tweaking. And
Yeah.
I'll listen to a vocal source and I'll go, you know what this vocal needs is this. And I'll make a choice based on what I hear. And it's not always the same choice. Whereas with Nectar, those options are in there, but it's a little more super modern. And it's not. Nah, it doesn't work for me. Steve's saying, what about Waves F6 and Vitamin?
What is Vitamin's cool, but
yeah, Vitamin's like, kind of cool, but I've never really got a result out of it that I've really liked. And F6 is just another EQ, really.
Yep. But Vitamin's cool. Actually, Steve Morabito uses C4 and Vitamin a lot. He's the one who mixed Flesh God Apocalypse.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Vitamin. I nearly bought it at one point because it's kind of cool, but it doesn't do anything that I can't do with other plugins. And it's got a slightly kind of obtuse way of doing it. It doesn't explain itself to you. It's just like more or less. It's like, well, what are you actually doing? More or less. Come on, Vitamin, tell me what you're doing. Because that way
would you like to make music with your kids?
I mean,
if she wants to.
Yeah, exactly. Our kids are both too young to make a decision like that, and there's a thing called agency, where as kids grow up, you really have to let them do their own thing because they will rebel if you don't. If you try and force them to do anything you want to do, they will instantly want to do the complete opposite.
So Mia, my daughter's name is Mia, likes music.
Yeah.
She dances when she hears it, but she also really likes drawing, as evidenced by her fucking walls.
Oh god, we've got the same thing. Although our child's weird, she'll draw on like the kitchen cabinet doors, but then a favorite thing then is to get a sponge and clean it. And it's like, what? Okay, strange. Yeah. Why?
So it would be cool. I mean, of course. I mean, it'd be nothing more amazing than, if she has the same skill. But I mean, it'd be more amazing if she had a skill and something more profitable. Because sometimes I just listen to myself, I'm like, fuck me, why couldn't I have been a master plumber or something, or a master electrician, start a company? And I mean, trades are pretty important these days. A lot of people think coding is the most important, and coding is actually not. There's starting to be an oversaturation of coders, and companies are really starting to fist fuck people, like offering some really shit salaries because there's so many people who are just, but your toilet's gonna break and you're always gonna need a plumber.
Yeah, that's something. Like if my daughter, as she gets older, decides that she wants to get into the trades, like instead of music or whatever, I will completely support that, because it doesn't matter what history says that men have done and women have done. I do not care. But I'd like to think I'm a kind of a smart man. I would kind of nudge her in the direction of, if she wants to be like, let's say, an electrician, I would nudge her in the direction of being the person in charge of all the electricians.
Yeah.
Rather than just being the grunt, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to do the work before you can teach it, right?
Right. I mean, but at the same time, if you're a smart person in the modern world, there are ways of going about it, where if you just start at the bottom and just be a grunt, you'll always be a grunt.
Sure, but that's a mindset issue, and that's also a problem usually with self-esteem and not having support from your parents. So I mean, that's a multifaceted situation there. But yeah, it would be cool. But I mean, if the daughters, if they want to make music, great. If she wants to sing, great. Wants to play guitar, great. Or piano, great.
Yeah, or piano, guitar, why not?
Yeah, all good. If she's way more interested in drawing and art, great.
I mean, my attitude has always been, why not both? Why not all of them? If there's a particular passion that you have, roll with that passion. But that doesn't mean you should shut yourself off to everything else.
You got to read
Because
this comment.
go on.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I got
Go
5
on.
kids, three of them under 5. Rest in peace, wallpaper.
Yeah, unlucky. Yeah. I'm kind of
Sorry for
lucky
cutting
in
you
this.
off there.
No, it's fine. It's fine. In this house, we're kind of lucky that we don't have too much wallpaper. But yeah, oh my God. But yeah,
What dream of fundable instruments for 2021 or secondhand?
a fundable. Oh God. We'll come back to that in
Well, I really
2021.
can't answer that question. Yeah.
But
Just
yeah,
got Reaper, a
like-
Scarlet, and Get Good Drums. Your tutorial saved me.
good stuff.
Adam makes great stuff, man.
I'm trying my best.
I learn stuff from Adam every day.
Hey. I mean that's kind of I've decided that's my main role in life, is enlightening others to live their best life. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could make some like killer music and that kind of thing, but it's not my drive in life. My drive in life has always been the synergistic, like the producer role. If I can get a great band in my studio and they leave that session being a better band, I have done my job well. And that gives me the most satisfaction of anything.
Yep. I mean, it's funny actually because I started learning how to mix music, going, I want to make my own music sound good, and then sure, it would be cool to help other people, and then I quickly realized that I'm 35 years old. I'm sort of late in the game, as in I don't have the energy to sit in a studio for 18 hours a day for no money to try and become an up and coming mix engineer. Sturgis did it right. He went from high school to just living in his garage in his studio and memorizing the Cubase manual and making it work. Good
Right.
on him.
Yeah.
He was 19.
But as he went on, he had the drive and he was like, I'm going to be good at this. And no
Right.
matter what people say, if somebody says, oh, your mix sucks or whatever, I do not care. I will improve. I will continue. I will learn. I will grind. That is the attitude to have. And it's something you can't teach.
No.
But you can surround a young person with the right attitude from their peers and the right people, I guess, that they absorb it, but you certainly can't force that upon a person.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
It's always a interesting question. I mean, I would love for a lot of things to happen, but 2021, I'm really I would like to get more projects, personally speaking, but I want to create, I think, will be one of the most massive, most detailed, complete resources for MIDI drum programming. That's my big goal of 2021.
Okay.
And because again, I mean, people are like, well, why would I do that? I can just buy drum packs. Sure. It's just like buying Easy Mix guitar tone presets.
Yeah, it's like buying stabilizers for your bike.
I mean,
It's like
anyway.
It means you can go forward, but you're not gonna have any style.
Right.
Nobody's gonna look at you and go, "Oh, look at that guy. He's just doing something good."
Because like even John Brown, I think he has a sweet handle on programming drums, and also having worked with great drummers, and having the ability to work quickly.
Yes, he's got that. That's for sure.
There you go. So now programming drums for him is not like, oh man, it's just another part of the musical journe.
Yeah, it's part of the language. Once you speak it, you just speak it.
So that's I have about 90% of the course already pretty much mapped out what I want to do. And this is a first time reveal for you folks actually about that. So I haven't told anyone about this at all. So that's my big plan for 2021. It's going to be massive. It's going to be insane.
It's funny that I'm in the middle of editing a 10.5-hour mix course with John Brown, where I sat at the back of the room for the entire filming. I had a camera trained on me. I was like the co-host, as it were, and I changed his entire way of working and his entire way of thinking. And it's fascinating how you see it through his eyes. And the result at the end sounds absolutely incredible. And like, I'd like to take all the credit, but I can't, because it's the old phrase, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Make it drink.
That like, John has enough going on inside his head that up till now he'd been using a mix template that was kind of antiquated and relied on fake samples and all that kind of stuff. Like he used to have the thing where he would program the drums in, then copy it across 3 MIDI lanes to run different snare triggers and things off different copies of Superior. And I'm just like, dude, you don't have to do all that. And just opened his eyes a bit to the modern way, and like talked him through gain staging. And I mean, he's a beast of a player. Like, he made things sound so easy that, but
You mean on guitar?
yeah, in general, yeah. I mean, he's also an amazing bass player.
Uh,
I mean, I'd like to think I play bass better than John Brown does, but I probably don't. Like, he's one of those guys. He's just got the talent. He's just great. But his information on mixing is limited to his own experience of trying to get great sounds.
right.
And so me sat at the back with the perspective of working with different bands for a decade and trying to get the best out of every situation and trying to work on practices and principles, and like, this is why I do this, this is why I do that, this is why I do this, was so illuminating for the both of us, because to have that dialogue was massively enlightening, because then he could come back with, well, I've been doing this because I want this result, which lights a light bulb above my head. And I go, right, well, if that's the result you want and this is the accepted practice, let's modify that to fit you and still keep the reasoning intact.
There you go.
And it's amazing how a dialogue between the two of us opened up, so that at the end of it, that's what I was talking about before, is that we got a whole mix of a song where it was hitting -9 dB RMS with no limiter.
That's pretty nice.
It was incredible. And at the end, we're both jumping around the room going, yes, because
This is what we want.
yeah.
And then the computer crashes. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. But
fuck. Yeah.
But that
This-
was the proof of every technique and every idea that we both had. At the end of it, when it came together, it sounded like a behemoth, with
That's awesome.
but crystal clear as a mix, smacking you in the face and not causing a limiter to go crazy.
Derp.
Yeah, we're just like,
So-
yes.
So speaking of the mixing and stuff like that, Diego
Right.
has another bombshell of a question.
Oh God.
Do you think mixing is more about creativity or following a recipe?
Why not both?
Yeah. Well, I
is-
mean, mixing can be extremely formulaic if you just copy everyone else.
Yeah,
SM57, V30s, Mesa, Mesa Boogie, Easy X, Metal Machine.
Yep. It's mixing is exactly what you want it to be. Do you want to sound like everybody else? Do you want to sound like your own thing? If you want to sound like your own thing without looking at anybody else and any other recipes, you are going to sound like shit. Because you need some reference, you need some education and enlightenment from what everybody else is doing to know which bits of it you want to take as, that's really good, I like this, that I don't agree with, I'm not going to do. Because
Right.
that way, when it comes to the end product, you have the complete education to be able to say, this is my sound and I know why.
So, and that's where the creativity comes in, which is just another word for experimentation.
Yeah.
You just gotta try shit out. I mean, it's a another super non-glamorous answer, which is the right answer, which a lot of marketing companies won't tell you because they just want to sell you a plugin that if you just click one button, You have a great mix. You know, a lot of the older mixers back in the day came up with, well, for example, plate reverb or the '80s drum reverb was a fucking accident,
Mm.
a complete and total catastrophe.
Right.
Or it turned into one of the most iconic reverbs ever.
Right.
Okay, and that was an accident. So I mean, between happy accidents like that and just trying new shit, that's actually a recipe, I guess.
Mm.
Just trying new stuff all the time. If you like Rob saying that drums and metal are sounding the same, well, there's a lot of reasons for that. A lot of
Yeah.
metal albums sound the same because they found what works and they've stuck with it.
I mean, this is the other thing I was talking about removing the limits. Is once we remove the limits, maybe 10 years ago, once engineers are free to use anything they want to reach any goal, then the question was, well, how do we get the best sounding drums? And I think
Exactly.
we've got to that point because
Oh yeah,
we've realized, oh, well, a transient designer here will get us this, and a perfect EQ here will get us this, and this compressor here will get us this. And because we've reached the top of the mountain, that's the problem, is that the best drums sound incredible, but then everybody copies the best drums.
yep.
So then they all sound the same. So then it completely dulls the knife of, well, what is the best drum sound? And then you can't go up from there. You have to
Well,
look.
it's like
You've got to look
it's like that-
sideways.
It's like that meme from John Travolta. He's just like, you know, now what?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
So-
and so
Yeah. So what
It's-
you've got to
it's,
do is you've got to learn the lessons from the guys who've made these amazing drum sounds, and then throw it all away. Start again. Then just listen to different drum kits. Not like GGD or anything like that. This is where Superior Drummer comes in handy, because Superior
'cause they're more
Drummer,
raw.
yeah, Superior Drummer leaves you with microphones on raw drums. And then you can pick those raw drums and you can go, I like this kit because, not because Nolly used it, not because Russ Russell used it, not because Machine or Andy Sneap used it, but because I like this drum kit for reasons that are entirely my own. Now,
And you're not always ever going to have an answer. It's just like, I like it. Why? I don't know. I like it.
I just like it, yeah. Like, there are reasons that I like particular drum shells and cymbals that don't resonate with every other engineer, and that's okay. Because otherwise, I'm going to sound like those other engineers. That doesn't mean I can use the crappiest, worst sounds and just be like, oh, well, I'm just being different and individual and edgy.
Yeah, it's not a modern art masterpiece where you just throw up on a canvas and then come up with a reason for it.
Yeah, sounding different from the other guys doesn't automatically mean you'll sound good.
Yeah.
But if you've learned the lessons from those guys, you can then apply them as and when you want. Like, I could take a different drum kit with different drum tunings to someone like Nolly and then look at things he's done, like Transient Designers, and go, oh, I like that. I'm not going to go that extreme, but I'm going to take that knowledge and use a percentage of it to my taste. I like the cymbals on here. I'm going to filter the low end, but not as much as this guy because I'm going to do it to my taste. Like, I'm going to compress the overheads and the room mics like this guy, but I'm going to do it a little bit more because I like it, because it's my taste.
And that's, again, going back to Diego, you have to experiment with that stuff, which means you have to invest in either buying other people's tutorials and or watching how people mix.
Right.
Because everyone does everything differently. Myself, personally, I am a hardcore minimalist. I like to do LAP, as my dad used to say, little as possible. The least amount of plugins required to get to the spot I want to go.
Right.
That's my idea. And that's not unique to me. That's just Coda's method. And I really like Coldest method. I don't
Right.
agree with everything, of course. I don't do everything exactly like he does. But the main principle of the idea, I'm on board with.
Right.
Right? Because I've seen guys who mix a snare track that have 14 different plugins on that fucking snare track. Why? I don't understand. Right? So I have to. Jones says he would like Superior Drummer, but it's $400. It's worth it, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
so what?
It's.
I mean, how much have you ever spent on a
far-
guitar? How much have you ever spent on an amp? How much have you ever spent on another thing that is trying to get you to where you go? It's a problem these days is that people look at software prices and they complain. It's like, it costs what it costs to achieve the thing you want to achieve. If you didn't want to achieve it that badly, no need to complain. Just move on. Just do something else. Go play golf.
There's something about Superior as well that just completely shits on everybody else.
Yeah, there really is.
The interface is fantastic. You can even edit the MIDI inside the plugin now. You can create an entire song in the MIDI. Like, you can be on your guitar. You can chug out the ideas. You can drag in MIDI templates, change everything in the fucking plugin, and then just drag a complete file into your DAW. Dude, I remember Drum Kit from Hell, 2006.
Right.
And from where that point is then and where Superior Drummer 3 is now, I'm surprised it doesn't cost more. And I mean, when I say like Superior Drummer absolutely shits over the other companies, it's not even a close.
Oh yeah, they've built an empire and they are not backing down anytime soon.
I mean, the number 2 would be Perfect Drums, only because it's really easy to work with. They sound a little bit different, but the cymbals on Perfect Drums are really weak.
Right.
Then who else is there?
Well, there's Addictive, which is me.
Yeah, but
BFD.
Goddamn, Addictive Drums is fucking terrible for metal. The kits that they make for metal sound like goddamn basketballs, and the routing for Addictive Drums is so fucking confusing. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but again, it's expensive, you know, and plus the SDXs are expensive, but totally raw fucking kits.
Yeah,
you'll never get a better sound.
Yeah, that's the thing that sells it with Superior Drummer is it's the unprocessed kits. Now, if you're not an experienced engineer or you have no aspirations to be an experienced engineer, don't buy it.
That's why they have Easy Drummer.
Yeah, that's what Easy Drummer is.
Original mix in it.
Yeah, is that they've got an experienced engineer to do that for you, and again, that's fine. But if you are reaching like I am reaching, I am looking for sounds that I like. I am looking for my sound. And whenever possible, I do this with real drum kits. But sometimes that's just not a thing because, you know, lockdown, COVID, whatever. Then I need access to great sounding drum kits and to be able to go, no, that one, that's what I like. And that often is what Superior has afforded me with the cymbals and the shells. And I will split those out into separate tracks and I will then mix them like they were a real drum kit. And the trick to making them sound like real drums, and the thing that everybody seems to miss, is that there is adjustable bleed on all those drums. Turn it on. Turn it all back on.
Turn it on.
Because if you've got like a perfect snare track and it's got silence and then just a perfect snare, it doesn't sound convincing when mashed in with everything else.
It's really weird how that works. The joke that I like to say is that we take human drummers and we want to make them like a machine. We take a machine drummer, we want to make it like a human. You know what I mean? Insofar as like we take our MIDI drumming and we want to fuck it up to an acceptable degree where it's not perfect.
Right.
Then we take our human drummer and we're like, we got to quantize this shit. You know, I actually don't quantize, but I mean, it's just a funny dichotomy of it, I guess.
Right.
But it's like I said, it goes back to the original question of, is a plugin X amount of dollars worth it to you? Yes.
Yeah, it is to me.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, mixing bands, I have mixed one band that recorded their own live drums, and they all needed to be replaced.
Mhm.
So, and I don't want to use Slate. I'm not the biggest fan of Slate drums.
Yeah,
Especially
it
kick
depends what
10
you're
and
doing.
snares. Yeah.
Like I've used Slate Trigger to trigger additional samples, never replaced a drum in my life, but I will reinforce certain drums. I've had bands in my live room where the entire band is playing live, and if you listen to the overheads, you can hear the bass amp and 2 guitar amps, and actually the vocals blasting through a PA system in there, bleeding onto the overheads of the drums, and it sounds beautiful. Because it's real, it's raw, it gives it a space that you just would spend a week trying to replicate with reverbs and sends and everything. But in real life, it's just there. But then because of that, you've got things like the vocals bleeding onto the snare mic. I mean, when you've got a loud enough singer, hey, but then throwing a little bit of a reinforcement sample underneath to just brace it, it doesn't lose the original character as long as you don't go too far.
Yep.
And as long as you don't go too far, you can end up with some wonderful sounding mixes that just give you some energy that was just so hard to replicate. But the band just brought it on take 79.
Fear Factory was the first band I questioned if it was a human or machine. Human, totally edited. But I mean, he can play the drum parts, and George Hoagland and all the other drummers that they've had coming obviously can play it live.
George Hoagland?
But I mean,
how much have you drunk again?
Gene. God damn it! But Raymond was like the double kick man. He's the double kick king in the '90s for those weird syncopated beats.
Well, that's because Devin was like, "Here's Fear Factory. Be better than this." And Gene's like,
and then Gene actually played on one of their discs. So, I mean,
Gene used to play in Combat Boots. Still does, apparently. What a nutcase.
I think he plays in those new rock boots, I think what they're called.
Yeah, what a crazy, crazy man. You're looking at it going, how are you even doing this? The recoil on the pedals must be like none.
Yeah, he's a different cat, that's for sure. Plays drums really well, though. But yeah, it's a good. But I mean, at the end of the, here's this one, guys. At the end of the day, just write a fucking song, and if you like it, great. A lot of our answers are coming from the perspective that this is what we do with clients.
Yeah.
So you got to remember that a $400 Superior Drummer 3 purchase is not like a hobby purchase for me. That's like, ooh, okay, great.
Yes.
Now I'll have these extra sounds, for a band. Now I have more options to help make this band sound better, right?
Yeah, it's a work expense.
Yeah, it's a different reasoning. If you are a guy that just wants to jam out some ideas, you want to just, I would absolutely say skip on the Superior Drummer 3 because you're going to have to spend more time mixing those. Get Easy Drummer, all right, or Perfect Drums. Something that's easier to work with that gives you a result.
I mean,
faster.
The other thing is if you're just making demos to present to the manager or whatever, and their biggest complaint is the drum sounds, either slap them or run around jumping for joy, because if they love the song but the drums, screw the drums. The drums are a placeholder. The drums, if you use a cheap sample kit, were never meant to be the final thing anyway, and that's the way that you should look at demos.
Yep.
And so, yeah, if your manager's like, oh, I don't like the drums, just be like, all right, well, what do you think of the actual song?
Yeah, what about the song? Yeah. So, I mean, Jones, don't think that like we're cutting you down. It's just like everything in its place. Always filter through your purchase. What am I trying to do? What am I trying to accomplish? And so you really have to just protect yourself from the marketing and stuff like that, And if you decide like, you know what, I want a Superior Drummer, wait for Black Friday. Just wait, because you can get it a little bit off if you want to get Easy Drummer, for example, or if you go ahead and get Superior Drummer and then the SDX goes on sale. Cool. You know what I mean? But also, if that's what you've made up your mind to do and you want to make the purchase, just go for it and then learn everything you can about it and make the absolute most out of it.
Right. I mean, it's the same as the old argument of should I get an Axe FX or a Helix or a real amp? Are real amps still the thing? With a real amp, you're going to need a load box these days unless you've got a separate room to mic it up in. And if you want to mic it up, you've got to be really good at what you do. And if you don't know what you're doing...
Which will take 20 years.
Yeah.
Not 20 years, but it'll take a while.
A long time to get it right first time. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I'm going to brag for a second because I've had a few drinks and it's 4 hours into the stream on my own channel. But...
Mute button.
Yeah, right. But like I was making impulse responses with John Brown recently, which are going to be a public giveaway on his channel at some point. I could get the microphones perfectly in phase before we captured them.
That's awesome.
That took a decade.
Yeah, that's the difference why cabinet impulse responses make the job easier, but doesn't replace the knowledge, right? Someone's got to make the cabinet impulse response. You know, someone's got to make the drum sample. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, oh yeah. Well, Jones is saying like it's really, yeah. I didn't think it was that much better than Easy Drummer. It depends what you want it for. If you are an experienced mix engineer, Superior is a million times better. If you're not, Easy Drummer is probably better for what you want. That's okay. That's fine. That's good. And
it's going to be probably one of the best options as well.
Yeah, unless you're prepared to sink 100 or 200 hours into EQs, compressors, choosing the right microphone sets in Superior, all that like multi-routing and all that crazy stuff, go with Easy Drummer because it will make your life easier. That's the clue is in the name. Easy Drummer's kits sound great, but if we're getting into the separate conversation about individuality and sounding great but not like everybody else, that's when it makes the key difference. And yeah, that's what me and Scott do. But we do this visibly. We do this on YouTube. We do this for a living. We are expected to push the envelope. If you're just writing demos, you don't really need to do that.
Sure.
I mean, if
Dan also says a good point. Like when SD3 came out, they fire saled SD2 for like $10.
SD2 was great. $9? Jesus Christ, I would have bought that.
I know. I'm a bit fucking pissy about that, Danny.
Danny, if any deals like that come out in the future, just send me an email.
Please let us know.
Yeah.
Oh god dang. That's I'm a little bitter, Dan. A little bitter.
Well,
a little bitter.
Danny is our regular and our friend, and he works in Canada at Long and McQuaid, and so yeah, that could be cool. It's always good to know people like that. I had a question. What's the story of the giant Fender bass headstock behind you? Well, that is not a Fender. That is, well, it started life as a Squire, and the headstock says Adam Man of Steel. It's got a gold tuning peg here because it's got a D tuner on the back, which if I pull down tunes the whole bass to drop D. Which is great when you're on stage and you've got no time to switch basses. It's got Lindy Freeling pickups in. I've just upgraded it. I say upgraded. It's kind of a side grade. They were Damasio Ultra J's, but it's got an East preamp and a Goto bridge, and is a beast. And it sounds really punchy and MIDI. And isn't great for modern metal, but for anything else, it's amazing. For modern metal,
Adam.
Yes, mate.
What song would have a better chance at succeeding? A well-composed one or a well-produced one?
A well-produced one.
Yes.
I don't like the answer, but it's the true answer.
Yes,
because musicians forget rule number one all the time, and rule number one is that almost everybody you play your song to is not a musician. They do not they do not care. They have no idea what a good composition is. They have no idea what this section going into this section and going into this section means. They do not give a fuck.
Yes, all those jazz 5-7 meters in bars and diminished chords mean nothing.
Yeah, but if something's well produced, so it sounds good, the uneducated non-musician, which is the majority of the population, they are predisposed to listen and go, oh, that sounds good, therefore it must be good.
It's good. Yeah.
They don't know any different. And you have to cater to that if you want to sell more. If you can do both, if you can have a wonderfully produced album that is also full of wonderfully composed songs, yes, do that. Be that. But the question was, would you rather one or the other if you were a listener? Would a song have a better chance? That was the question. The song would have a better chance if it was better produced.
Yep.
Because when you say a better chance, I'm guessing you mean a better chance at exposure, at sales, at success.
Well, I fully contend, and I believe this strongly, that if black metal as a whole was produced better, people might find it more appealing.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of great music. Emperor actually is one of the few black metal bands that actually are compositionally difficult. They write a lot of in a lot of different time signatures, a lot of strange chord structures, very different.
Yeah.
And Prometheus is not a shock that you like the most because it's the best produced album that Emperor did. It's also the last one.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a weird outlier that even from like 3 years old, I've always liked albums that were better produced over albums that had clever chords and that kind of thing.
Well, me too. It's just something happened to me that I just liked sort of the atmospheric quality that black metal gives. I can't listen to it all.
Right.
I have to be in a very specific mood to listen to Burzum. I have to be in a very specific mood. I can't listen to it all the time.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, nostalgia, or I'm particularly in a grim mood, perhaps.
Yeah.
Legitimately, just
you want
not
to tattoo the insides of your own ears.
Sure. Try telling that to his legions. I'm fine with it. I don't personally care, but I mean, Adam is very nice. Allen and Heath board. What are your thoughts on mixing in the box
versus out of the box? Right. Well, the faded port is nothing to do with either of those, really. You may be surprised or may not be surprised if you've been following the channel regularly to know that I'm getting rid of the Allen and Heath board very soon. I've not used it in years. It's collecting dust. It's very pretty, but it takes up space in my live room and doesn't do anything.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got a 40-channel Allen and Heath mixing desk, and it's not been turned on in years. It's not even plugged in. It's not even got a connection where I can just switch it on and it'll turn on. It's not connected to the AC. That's how long it's been.
How crazy is it that when you bought that board, you were probably like, yeah. And now you're like, yeah, I don't even turn it on.
Yeah, but even at the height of its powers, so to speak, when we were using it, I would use 16 channels as preamps, and I would send the direct outputs from the preamps into converters and straight into the box.
So
it was a showpiece. It was always a showpiece.
I just wanted to say that was just the dick measuring piece where people would come in the studio and be like, and here is the big board.
Exactly. I bought that 7 years ago now, maybe 8 years ago, and it maybe even longer, maybe 9 years ago. But back then, you were expected to have a large mixing desk. If you didn't have a large mixing desk, you did not know what you were doing. That's what the public thought.
Yep. And now the public think you can just get FL Studio and pump out a banger, and you're done.
Yeah. And then they listen to their work and they realize they can't, and they come to someone like me, which is fine. That was what I always wanted. But if they walked into my studio back then and I didn't have a large desk, it didn't look right to the
Sure.
to the non-producer, whereas a lot of big studios now don't have a big desk. A lot of them will have like a Slate digital Raven, you know, the touch screen,
Yeah.
or something like that. And I've got a screen laid flat in my console that looks like that now, which is still a bit of keeping up with the Joneses. But I've also got an extra 1080 screen, and I've got 4 more 1080 screens off to the side. If you walk into my control room now, you're just like, whoa, holy crap.
What the fuck? Is
Exactly.
this a mixing?
But
Did we accidentally walk into NASA over here?
But you don't even look at the mixing desk now.
Yeah.
You look at all the screens and you go, holy crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, I much prefer mixing in the box because it's convenient, and convenience trumps everything else.
Sure.
Because if you can get it to sound great in the box and you can get it to sound great out of the box, if it sounds 0.5% better out of the box, but you're somewhere else and that you get a phone call from the artist that goes, yeah, it was great, but can you just change this by 2 dB? Yeah, how about fuck you?
How about I'm not going to recall my fucking board right now.
Yeah.
Take it or leave it.
Yeah, or if I've got my laptop with the entire mix backed up remotely and I'm on a beach in Maui or somewhere like that, and I can just load it up on the beach, make the change and send it on the beach.
Yeah.
I mean,
terrible.
it's an extreme example. That's never happened.
Danny boy, not true. I have a 32-inch monitor.
Yeah, you need at least 2 monitors or serious inchage.
Yeah, or serious inchage. No, I'm that's a really good take actually. And I don't know, I've never mixed on anything other than in the box. I don't know any other life personally. Steve's got a good question about
I've mixed on
collabing.
tape, and I'll tell you what, if I could not do it again, that'd be great.
Steve's got any chance of a music collab between you guys? Between me, you,
Glenn and Warren.
I think between Adam and I is possible.
Yeah,
but
have you watched Warren's channel recently? Because last week he did a 1 mic video for the Austrian Audio OC18, and I was on there. I played drums and I did the backing vocals. I collabed with Warren this week.
So Adam can collab with pretty much anyone because he's much more musically educated.
Also have brass balls.
I'm just stuck in what I like to do. I'm very close-minded. I'll be honest. If I'm not interested in the genre, I'm not interested in working in it. So soft rock or even certain types of thrash is not really going to get me going. I have to do. But Adam already said he's going to play bass for me on whatever song I ask him to do.
Sure.
Actually, I might ask you to play bass on this commission that I'm working on right now, maybe.
Also, Glenn, I have asked to collab with me on a project that I'm doing next month, which is the Celestian video. So he's going to be doing chug chug guitars for me. So is Henning Pauly, by the way.
Chug 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 chug
Yeah.
chug. There you go. 0001.
Yeah. 0
0
1 bend. Bend.
We can do this, Adam.
Bend pinch.
And then
that's the bit I can't do, is the pinch. I've never been good at pinches.
Oh, I can artificial harmonic.
Oh, you can Zach Wild all day.
Every fucking note.
Well, maybe the next thing I've got to play, I'll just get you to throw me a couple of artificials over so I can just like cut the video in for 3 frames of just you.
That's funny. I'm working on a commission actually for that guy who was in earlier, Dave, the professional Quake player.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just getting him a song so that he can sort of like be a theme song.
Well, I've got a bass metal zone with your name on it.
Yeah. Oh, I like that fucking video that Colin did where he destroyed the BC Rich and put a Metal Zone preamp in it.
Nice. Oh yeah. I've got this bass is my metal bass right now. This is it goes down to 125 gauge. This is my Ibanez backup bass, which is cheap, but it's got this amazing pickup in it, which is this triple coil pickup.
Good God.
That for metal is incredible. Gotta tell you, that downstream to drop B or drop A if you need, through a
Multi-drop
multiband,
A,
multiband compressor, then a 2 notes La bass and a metal zone,
which is sitting on top of a Mesa Boogie and a JCM 800.
You know what? I might just get a 4th track of the Mesa Boogie just for the. Actually, that thing sounds incredible on bass.
Yeah, I think people have run it through before.
It churns on bass. Although I need to get my 2 notes Captor X back off John Brown.
Shit, man, that's the thing I need. Like, if I'm gonna start getting amps, I know I need to get that 2 notes thing, the load box.
I'm sure I can sort you out with that, mate.
But I got to get the amp first.
Right.
I am super fucking curious what like my process would be like with a real amp. If it's the same or if it's not even close. I don't know. But I just want to start just getting the wall of amps behind me like this. Just like,
don't we all?
Do you even use those? I do not, but they look amazing.
Yeah. Just I do not, and just stop and just grin.
Yeah. What's your favorite amp? Ooh, probably the Savage 120 back there. When was the last time you used it? 2-3 years ago?
Well, that's the thing about reamping jobs with a load box is you just fire it up and you just go.
Yeah.
It's like, baby's in bed? I don't care.
Yeah, I'm really, really super interested in that shit. Привет.
I think he's being told to come to bed because it's 2 a.m.
Я с тобой, 5 минут. А? Ну да, но я могу все закончить. 5 минут дай мне. Да. 5 минут, пожалуйста. Everything's fine.
Is this the house is on fire, everything's fine, or everything's actually fine?
No, everything's fine. She just wants to do something with me, and I said 5 minutes.
Oh,
I said,
well,
I said 5 minutes, please.
2 a.m, and she wants to do something with you. Maybe we'd best not film that.
Yes, for 5 minutes to finish. Yeah. 5 minutes. 2 hours later, that fucking SpongeBob meme. So it'll be all right. But I think actually that's a cool place to stop, though. We fucking 4-hour stream. You made it after drinking an 8.5% alcohol beverage.
This stuff here is 40%. I've just been sipping this for a while.
It's like water. I see the torpedo low box is at 100 watts.
Does not taste like water. It's Cointreau.
Woo. So it's orange, yeah?
Orange liqueur, 40%. Oh.
Woo!
Or an American 80 proof. Crap.
So my man Adam, I would like to say thank you for the really nice year. Adam helped me out a lot this year. He actually knew me for a total of 8 days and was willing to ship me his personal audience Sono that was stolen in Germany.
I may be a bit crazy.
But didn't stop there. Then he went so far as to hook me up with the Audient guys and still make sure that I got the interface. So it is entirely because of Adam that I have an updated audio interface and a better understanding of how it works. Also, Adam has been very kind to lend me his time when I have very stupid ass questions about anything, because he is very knowledgeable and I am not. So I'm very thankful for Adam for 2020 for helping me out a lot and really for becoming a really nice and trusted friend for what I'm trying to do. So I really appreciate Adam, and I sincerely hope that I can reciprocate. I don't know how, because you know more than I do about everything, but hopefully just one of these days I'll be able to do something cool that you'll be like, "Aw." But really,
that's the thing about friendship. You never know when your friend's going to need something, and we don't know. 2021 could be just as good as 2020, if not a little better, maybe.
So I'm really looking forward to what we're doing in 2021. You guys need to keep your ears open, because Adam will be talking about this MIDI thing that I have coming up.
Oh, I will, I'm sure. I'll be strong-armed into it.
Not by me.
Sure.
Not by me, but also all to the guys in the chat and Adam's community, basically, who just treated me like one of the dudes here. It's also really cool to be accepted, and I just really appreciate everything. It's really nice, and so thanks to Danny and Marty and Steve and Joe. Diego had some really good questions today, actually. Acoustic, he's a good guy. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, he told some stories on our little Zoom thing that took a while, but
Mage, good. I mean, so I really appreciate it, and so thanks a lot. So that's what I'm really happy for this year.
Yeah, it's been a great year. We've grown this community and we've made friends, and I mean some really strong friends as well. And it's been really, really worth it because actually I was having a little bit of a crisis of confidence this time last year because I'd been working for years to grow the channel, and it felt like it was just me, and it was just me on a little island, just kind of slaving away to shout into the void. And
what do you usually say? Man shouts at clouds.
Yeah, old man yells at cloud, right? Yeah. that was me. But over the last year, I've met Scott and Glenn and Warren and all the guys from 42 Gear Street as well. I could list all them off, but you saw all the videos, what those guys are like. That was great too. And
John Brown.
Yeah, John Brown. I've become, I would imagine, and I don't want to speak too soon, probably lifelong friends with Brown now at this point.
So he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, I mean, we literally work together on a day-to-day basis at this point, and that only started in August, but we hit the ground running. My God. And yeah, I couldn't be more grateful for making friends this year. As someone who always saw themselves as antisocial and a misanthropist, it's been really good to make friends. And I don't just mean like people you sit in a room together and are forced to make small talk with. I mean actual
sure.
See eye to eye. We do the same thing. We have a lot in common friends.
Well, Guitar Tone Mastery would not have happened without your detailed videos of the selection speakers.
Cheers.
That's a funny fact, because I sat there and listened to those over and over and over, trying to,
Yeah,
so that's funny.
It's funny. I put those out into the world with the sincere hope that they would do some good, and it seems to have really paid off. Like when I was at 42 Gear Street, one of the guys there, Chris Jupiter from Jupiter Effects, who make these crazy effects pedals, I met him and we got on really well. And then it was after I got home that he sent me a message and he goes, "Oh yeah, you're that guy from the Celestian videos. I watched all your videos." And I'm like, he knew who I was.
Yeah. Oh my God.
But it's not just Scott and Chris, it's other people as well. So it just reinforces the idea that if you put your heart and soul into your work and put it out into the world, it might not be an instant bounce back, but eventually over time you keep doing things like that, rewards come.
Don't quit.
Yeah,
I've been working on YouTube for 5 years now, going on 6 years. And I mean, don't have a huge channel, but I'm very proud of everything I've done. And 12,000 subs is still not every channel. I would be really curious what the statistics would be, because it's basically like everyone gets like 100 subs, but then it's just like flatline. And then there's a very small percentage of people that get anything more than like 50 or 100,000. So
let's look you up on Social Blade.
Oh Christ! I have a really low rating probably.
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, there are millions, there are actually billions of accounts on YouTube at this point, and no, that can't be right. It says you have 500. Oh, how many subscribers? 12K.
Yeah.
1.3.
Like
1.3 million video views. That's impressive. And
I hit 1 million this year, actually, this summer, I think.
And you already are at 1.35 million. If that's not an indicator of the the curve, I don't know what is.
Yep.
I mean, we both know that my numbers are higher, but I'm on the same curve as you, that it took a long time to hit that ramp. I just got there a little
the hockey stick,
right. So it looks like I'm a million miles ahead, but all that's happened is I hit the hockey stick quicker.
Yeah.
So
no, that's fine, because I mean, like, it's not overnight instant success, because people can't handle that. It's very rare that you can keep that wave riding. So I'm fine with it. And I have to be honest too. My YouTube channel, most of the people there are perfectly fine. Every so often I got to ban an idiot. But I mean, for the most part, no one's, and that's really what makes me happy, because I mean, I still get really dumb messages and email, or I've gotten death threats even this year.
Wow.
Why? I don't know why. But I mean, I'll get emails, people are like, dude, thank you. Everything's cool now. And that's cool. I like that. So everyone, and once again, I'm sure I got to go now, but everyone here in the chat, thanks a lot. Adam, big thank you to you. I hope you and your family had a great, awesome Christmas.
Yeah.
New Year's is the big thing here in Ukraine, so I'll have a New Year's video out.
I'm going to hunker down, because I'm going into the studio tomorrow for the first time in 2 weeks, and I've got a list I need to film. And I mean a list. Yeah. I've also got a ton of IRs I need to capture for an as yet unnamed company.
Woohoo.
Woohoo indeed. Fun. Yeah, just 8 hours of I mean, yeah.
Well, that's what happens.
It's funny the first 10 times. By the end of the day, you're just like, kill me, please. Now, anything.
Should I do it this way or this way? Maybe in the chest? Maybe behind the ear? How do I do it?
Yeah, you start looking at like the piano keyboard and going, maybe one of those white keys through my ear.
Yeah. What if I just put my head through this at a fast enough velocity? Just
jam
awesome,
the speaker cable in my ear and do the sweep again and see if the
oh wait, no, not this one. This is the good one. This is the one I paid money for. Where's that free one? Yeah, let me use this one. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody.
Adam, it was awesome chatting. So
yes,
you guys rock.
Awesome. Yes,
all good stuff.
Cheers,
so we'll
everybody.
See you again soon. We got to do more streams, so just ask Adam for more streams, and we'll try to get on here. Remember, Liam's Lucky Charms. That's his OnlyFans account.
He is Irish.
Liam's Lucky Charms.
Oh, God.
That's funny, you got to admit.
Yes, I'm sure he'd see the humor in that.
All right.
Nice,
Cheers,
good for
guys.
Laugh. Yeah, we'll see you all later. Thank you and good night.